careful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
CNBC's Changemakers 2026 list, spotlighting women who innovate, lead boldly, and are transforming business. Do you know someone who is rewriting the future? Nominate them now at cnbc.com/changemakers.
Welcome back, everybody. Our next guest is going to weigh in on the AI boom, the U.S.-China tech race, and much more. Joining us right now is Andrew Feldman. He is Cerebras Systems co-founder and CEO. He joins us from a crypto conference in Dubai. Earlier this month, Cerebras withdrew its plans for an IPO, although it does plan to file at a later date. And Andrew, we've got a lot to talk about. Thank you for joining us this morning. Why don't we start, though, with why you pulled the S-1 filing, especially after you had raised a new round of funding that valued the overall company at about $8 billion, or a little over $8 billion. Tell us what's happening right now.
Order filled.
Sure, thank you for having me.
Last
week, we announced two things. We announced that we'd raised $1.1 billion in a round led by Fidelity and a treaties that included Tiger Global, and a collection of other leading public market investors. At the same time, we announced that we would be pulling our S1 and refiling it as quickly as we could. The S1 had become out of date. It had financials through the middle of 2024, and with the change in the cap table, it was no longer an accurate reflection of our business. So what we thought we'd do is we would pull it and then refile it as quickly as we could.
Let's talk a little bit about what your company does for those who aren't familiar. You're in the business of making chips for supporting AI. So in some ways, you're competing with NVIDIA, but you've also built a lot of data centers, I think 5 data centers. So you're competing with the cloud business as well. How do you describe your company to people?
Sure. What we build is infrastructure, computers for AI work. And we build the fastest AI machines for both inference and for training. And we deliver those computers on premise, so in customers' data centers, but also through the cloud. So they can rent time on our machines by the day or by the week, or in our industry, by the token, by the answer. Now, what we've been able to do is build the industry's largest chip. So this is the largest chip in the 75-year industry, the 75-year compute industry. Yeah, and so 56 times larger than the largest other chip. And what that does is it keeps more information on the chip. It requires you to move less information that takes less power and finishes work in less time. So put it simply, we're ordered 20 times faster than NVIDIA on the basic work of AI.
Who are your customers? And talk us through the cost structure a little bit, how much it costs you, how much you could charge your customers. You just mentioned that it's more energy efficient, but talk us through who you're selling to right now.
Sure. Our customers include Meta and IBM. They include the French lab Mistral. They include some of the largest pharmaceutical companies in the world, including GlaxoSmithKline. They include some of the largest healthcare institutions in the world, like Mayo Clinic. We have hundreds of customers around the world. Here we are in Dubai in the United Arab Emirates, and we have a very large strategic customer, G42, which is the AI national champion of the Emirates.
You were supposed to initially have an IPO over a year ago, September of 2024. It was held up by Phidias. Where does Phidias stand right now in terms of what you're allowed to do with your business and what that might mean for an IPO?
Sure. We bumped heads with the Biden administration's Phidias institution, and in October we decided that we would wait to see if there would be a new administration. By March, their new administration had a Secretary of Treasury and a Secretary of Commerce. By the middle of March, we'd reached agreement, and we were through Phidias with a
a program and a plan not very different than we'd proposed 9 months previous.
When do you anticipate that you will be able to launch? When will you refile your registration?
Well, the SEC isn't working right now, so that's a challenge.
Government shutdown?
We intend, that's right. We intend to refile as quickly as we can. I think there's new audits to put in, but we are committed to going public as quickly as we can and follow the process to the best of our ability.
As quickly as you can, does that entail as soon as the government reopens, you can put the paperwork back in?
That it means that as soon as the government reopens, we can begin putting paperwork back in.
But you anticipate that if the government were to reopen, let's say later this week, you think you could refile, start putting paperwork back in, and then potentially have an IPO as early as 3 months from now, a year from now?
My guess is, in our past experience, leads there to be several iterations between your first filing and your final filing. So I think that might be a process we have to work through with the SEC.
And this latest round of funding, over $1 billion, that gets you funding so that you don't need cash for how long?
Well, that leaves us with more than $1.4 billion on the balance sheet. I think it enables us to expand our manufacturing, to build out more data centers so we can deliver more of our compute through the cloud, and it allows us to continue to prosecute an engineering agenda that has left us head and shoulders faster than any of the competitors.
If you're that much faster, I mean, is there demand for every chip you produce? Is it being snapped up at this point?
Every single one.
Okay, Andrew, it's a very interesting story. We look forward to talking to you again. Thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you for making time for me and for Cerebras.
It is just past 7 a.m. on the East Coast. You're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Andrew Ross Sorkin along with Joe Kernan and Becky Quick. We got so much going on this morning. Our big top story, President Trump expected to speak literally in just moments to the Israeli parliament about the peace deal that has now been reached with Hamas. President Trump will then head to Egypt for a Middle East peace summit. Hamas releasing 20 hostages as part of that ceasefire deal. And those were all the living hostages Hamas held for following the attack on Israel 2 years ago. The bodies of 28 dead Israeli hostages are also expected to be transferred, although exactly when that will take place is unclear. And a big announcement on Wall Street this morning. J.P. Morgan announcing a $1.5 trillion National Security and Economic Resilience Initiative. That's with a T. It's a 10-year plan involving financing and direct stakes in medium and large companies that it sees as crucial to U.S. interests like manufacturing, defense, energy, independence, and strategic technologies. Joe.
Today's market actually getting back about half of what we lost in most of the indices you're looking at right there. But let's point out, it's from very close to all-time highs across the board. So what is that? That puts us very close to all-time highs. Not quite. Treasuries closed today, but 405 on the 10-year. Oil for a while had a 5 handle, just barely above 60 right now. Gold surging up $90 last week, almost $100 right now. There it is, 4,100 now, and that's an all-time high. And Bitcoin sold off with the risk-off trade on Friday, and some margin selling got all the way. I mean, it got ugly there for a while. Dom Chu joins us now, but it's back this morning. Just under 115,000. What's up, Dom?
All right, so Joe, Becky, Andrew, the bounce back kind of moves that we're seeing right now are reverberating many parts of the market. We'll start here with shares of some of the mining companies out there on the trade talks and everything else, continuing their rally today after President Trump's social media post threatened 100% tariffs on China due to rare earth export controls. Now, MP Materials finished more than 8% higher on Friday. Those shares are up another 9% in the extended trade. USA Rare Earth about 20% gains there. Albemarle up about 5% on the lithium side of things. So keep an eye on that rare earths trade moving along here as well. USA Rare Earths, by the way, did finish 5% higher on Friday, currently there and right now in the green. The pre-market trade on many of these things is going up, so keep an eye on those particular moves. Meantime, NVIDIA is rising after analysts at Mizuho reiterated the stock had outperformed and raised their target price to $225. It was $205. Mizuho raised its revenue and profit estimates, saying that they see upside potential from NVIDIA's deal with OpenAI. So NVIDIA shares up 2.5% in a bit of a bounce back there. And it's part of a broader rally in chips overall this morning. Micron is popping, AMD is higher, KLA Corp, Supermicro among some of those pre-market leaders up anywhere from 2.5% to 4.5%. So keep an eye on chips. That recovery extending beyond those chips. Estee Lauder is high.
Hey, Dom, we got some breaking news. The president is taking the podium here, about to speak. In fact, he is speaking to the Israeli Parliament, Knesset.
It's a great honor. Nice place. Very nice place. Mr. President, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, esteemed members of the Knesset and cherished citizens of Israel, we gather on a day of profound joy, of soaring hope, of renewed faith, and above all, a day to give our deepest thanks to the Almighty God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. After 2 harrowing years in darkness and captivity, 20 courageous hostages are returning to the glorious embrace of their families, and it is glorious. 28 more precious loved ones are coming home at last to rest in this sacred soil for all of time. And after so many years of unceasing war and endless danger, today the skies are calm, the guns are silent, the sirens are still, and the sun rises on a holy land that is finally at peace, a land and a region that will live, God willing, in peace for all eternity. This is not only the end of a war, this is the end of an age of terror and death, and the beginning of the age of faith and hope and of God. It's the start of a grand concord and lasting harmony for Israel and all the nations of what will soon be a truly magnificent region. I believe that so strongly.
Order
this
submitted.
Is the historic dawn of
Order
a new Middle
filled.
East. I want to express my gratitude to a man of exceptional courage and patriotism, whose partnership did so much to make this momentous day possible. You know who I'm talking about. There's only one, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Bibi, please stand up.
Order filled.
And he is not easy, I want to tell you. He's not the easiest guy to deal with. But that's what makes him great. That's what makes him great. Thank you very much, baby. Great job. And let me also convey my tremendous appreciation for all of the nations of the Arab and Muslim world that came together to press Hamas to set the hostages free.
Order submitted.
And to send them home. We had a lot of help. We had a lot of help from a lot of people that you wouldn't suspect. And I want to thank them very much for that. It's an incredible triumph for Israel and the world to have all of these nations working together as partners in peace. And it's pretty unusual for you to see that, but it happened in this case. This was a very unusual point in time, a brilliant point in time. Generations from now, this will be remembered as the moment that everything began to change, and change very much for the better.
Order submitted.
Like the USA right now,
Order submitted.
It will be the golden age of Israel and the golden age of the Middle East. It's going to work together. I'd like to thank several great American patriots for their invaluable help in getting something done that almost everyone thought was absolutely impossible. We were wasting our time. So many people said, you're just wasting your time. But we weren't, because we had talented people working with us, and we had people that loved your country, and frankly, people that loved the region. They loved the Middle East. I want to thank my friend Steve Witkoff.
Order filled. Order submitted.
You know, Steve was chosen by me. He never did this before, but I knew him as a few things. He was a great businessman, but I know a lot of great businessmen, to be honest with you. He had tremendous negotiating skills, but I know a lot of people that negotiate pretty well, although it is an art. But there are people that can negotiate pretty well. But most importantly with Steve, he's just a great guy. Everybody loved him. Everybody. I mean, I know some negotiators that are so good, but you wouldn't have had peace in the Middle East. You'd be, would be in World War III right now with some of these guys. Everybody loves Steve, and they respect him, and they somehow can relate to him. I've known him for many years, and I've seen it over and over again.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
להוציא את חבר הכנסת כסיף מהאולם. להוציא אותו מיד. Sorry for that, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Please.
That was very efficient.
Order submitted.
So back to Steve. He's But I tell one story because he was so involved, and then we called in Jared. We need that brain on occasion. We got to get Jared in here. We got to get a certain group of people. But Steve started this all by himself. I call him Henry Kissinger, who doesn't leak. Okay? Henry is a big leaker. He leaked. Steve doesn't leak. Steve just wants to get the job done. He wants to do what's right. But I'll give you just a quick story because, as you know, he's working on the war with Russia and Ukraine, a war that would have never happened if I were president. A shame. 7,000 young soldiers a week are being killed. More than that this last week. It's a shame that it never happened. But it did happen, and we won the race, and I took over this horrible war that's been raging, and I thought it would be easily settled. I thought it was a hell of a lot easier than doing what we just did very successfully with Israel and a lot of other people. But this came first.
Order
canceled. We'll get that one. But I set up a meeting for him to meet with President Putin, thinking it would be a 15 or a 20-minute meeting. Steve had no idea about Russia, had no idea about Putin too much, didn't know too much about politics, wasn't that interested. He was really good at real estate, but he had that quality that I was looking for, and I didn't see it around in too many ways. And I set up the meeting with Putin, and I called. I said, is Steve finished yet? That was about a half an hour into the meeting. No, sir, he's not. He's still inside. This is in Moscow.
Order submitted.
I said, well, how's he doing? I don't know, sir. He's still inside. I called up an hour later. Let me speak to Steve. Sir, he's still with Putin. He's with President Putin. I said, wow, that's a long meeting, 1 hour. I called up an hour later, he was still with Putin. 3 hours later, he was still with Putin. 4 hours hours later, he started to get the word that he was going to be
Order
coming out
filled.
soon.
Order
And in 5
filled.
hours, he came out. I said, what the hell were you talking about for 5 hours? And he says, just a lot of interesting things. We're talking about a lot of interesting things, including what he went in there for, but you can't talk about it for 5. You can talk about it for a certain period of time, and you know what you're getting. But that's a talent. That's
Order
a talent
submitted.
where you can do that. Most people I'd send in,
Order
number
filled.
1, they wouldn't be accepted. Number 2,
Order
if they
submitted.
were, the meeting
Order
would last
submitted.
5 minutes. And
Order
that's what
submitted.
happens with Steve. Everybody loves him. They love him on this side. They love him on the other side. And he really is. He's a great negotiator because he's a great guy. So thank you very much, Steve. Very much. And let me also give a very special thanks to someone who truly loves Israel. In fact, loves it so much that
Order submitted.
my daughter converted. My daughter converted. I didn't know this was going to happen. And Ivanka's here. And Bibi, you do know this was not in the cards for me. You understand that. And she is so happy, and they are so happy. At least I think they're happy. If they're not, we have a big story, right? No, they have a great marriage, and they get along great. They're best friends. They have a very special relationship. But Jared has been so helpful. He really did something very special. He established the Abraham Accords with a group of very wonderful people. I like calling it the Avraham Accords because people that, right? Avraham. It's
Order
so cool.
filled.
It's so much sort of nicer, you know, the Abraham versus the Avraham.
Order submitted.
I just don't want to sound too sanctimonious when I do it, so, you know, I sort of split it up.
Order filled.
This way we keep everybody happy.
Order submitted.
But we have some very great talent, and they have no excuses for anything that's taken place because we had some unbelievably good people
Order
working
filled.
on this. And
Order
then you're going
filled.
to add
Order filled.
a man named Marco Rubio, who is also here. That's right.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
And I have a prediction that Marco will go down, I mean this, as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of the
Order
United
submitted.
States. I believe that. I believe it.
Order submitted. Order filled. Order
And
submitted.
you know, we really fought it out. You remember, he was tough. He was nasty. Who the hell thought this was going to happen, Marco, right? And now I'm saying he's going to go down as the greatest. He will. He was always smart and sharp, and people respect him. And then we have somebody who's young, but an unbelievable leader. I saw it a long time ago, and he's turned out to be even better than we thought. Right, Susie? I think even better. And that's Pete Hegseth, who is our Secretary of War, formerly Secretary of Defense. And as you know, we decisively won World War I. We decisively won World War II decisively. And everything in between, and everything before it. We won everything. And then they had the brilliant idea of changing the name from war, you know, it was war, to defense. And with that went a certain thinking. And we fought in a very politically correct way after that. We always had the strongest military, and now we have a stronger military than we've ever had before. Because of my first term, I've totally rebuilt the military, every aspect of it. But we
Order
have,
canceled.
if you think, we settled 8 wars.
Order submitted.
In 8 months. I'm now including this one, by the way, if that's okay. They may say, well, that was quick, because yesterday I was saying 7, but now I can say 8. The hostages are back. The hostages are back. It is a good feeling. Isn't that nice to say? You know, I just said the hostage. First time I said the hostages are back. It feels so good to say it. But when you settle 8 wars in 8 months, that means you don't like war. Everyone thought I was going to be brutal. In fact, I remember Hillary Clinton during a debate, she said, look at him, he's going to go into war with everybody. And actually, she said, he's got a personality that's all about war. No, and my personality actually is all about stopping wars. And it seems to work. It seems to work. But it also means this name change and our attitude that we're not going to go into a war. But if we do, we're going to win that war like nobody has ever won a war before. We will not be politically correct, but we're not going to be there. And I think, you know, as you mentioned, Bibi, before, peace through strength. And that's what it's all about. The United States has the greatest and most powerful military in the, right now, history of the world. I can tell you we have weapons that nobody's ever dreamt of. I only hope we never have to use them. I rebuilt the military. I was proud to do it, but some of the things I hated to do. I hated certain of the weapons because the level of power is so enormous. It's so dangerous, so bad. But we have to do what we have to do. We make the best weapons in the world, and we've got a lot of them. And we've given a lot to Israel, frankly. And I mean, Bibi would call me so many times, can you get me this weapon, that weapon, that weapon? Some of them I never heard of, Bibi, and I made them. But we'd get them here, wouldn't we? And they are the best. They are the best. But you used them well. It also takes people that know how to use them. And you obviously used them very well. But so many that Israel became strong and powerful, which ultimately led to peace. That's what led to peace. So as we celebrate today, let us remember how this nightmare of depravity and death all began. 2 years ago, on the eve of the Simchat Torah holiday, thousands of innocent Israeli civilians were attacked by terrorists, and one of the most evil and heinous desecrations of innocent life the world has ever seen, the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust. The cruelty of October 7th struck to the core of humanity itself. Nobody could believe what they were witnessing. The United States of America grieved alongside you, and we mourned for our own citizens who were so viciously taken that day. And to all the families whose lives were forever changed by the atrocities of that day, and all of the people of Israel, please know that America joins you in those two everlasting vows: never forget and never again. From October 7th until this week, Israel has been a nation at war, enduring burdens that only a proud and faithful people could withstand. It was a very tough period of time. For so many families across this land, it has been years since you've known a single day of true peace. But now at last, not only for Israelis, but also for Palestinians and for many others, the long and painful nightmare is finally over. And as the dust settles, the smoke fades, the debris is removed, and the ashes cleaned from the air, the day that breaks on a region transformed, and a beautiful and much brighter future appears suddenly within your reach. This is now a very exciting time for Israel and for the entire Middle East, because all across the Middle East, the forces of chaos, terror, and ruin that have plagued the region for decades now stand weakened, isolated, and totally defeated. A new coalition of proud and responsible nations is emerging, and because of us, the enemies of all civilization are in retreat.
Waits for some applause, but we'll actually interrupt here and bring on Amos Hochstein. He served as a senior advisor and Middle East negotiator for former President Biden. He's now a global managing partner with TWG. Pretty amazing to just be watching this, I think. Amos, what are your thoughts?
I think it's an incredible day, an incredible moment. A lot of credit to the administration and to Jared Kushner in particular, Steve Witkoff, for getting to this day. But 20 people who've been in hell for 2 years as prisoners and hostages are now released back to their families, and the bloodshed in Gaza stopping. I mean, this is really a momentous day.
Right up to when the hostages were released, I think people were still holding their breath, Amos. And now we start holding it about, I guess, the additional phases of the agreement and how that works. But this has got to be a pretty good sign that there was no last-minute
order filled
problems or roadblocks. Or I mean, I don't know what we could have expected.
Order
Were you
submitted.
expecting this to come off like it did, or did you think there might be some last-minute hitches based on Hamas?
No, I didn't really think there would be hitches. I mean, even in the ceasefire in January, the releases happened as they were intended. I think that also all the pressure and the summit tomorrow and so on, I think that the focus was already beyond today's hostage release. I think the real question is, what do you do from here? And I don't want to take away. Today is a tremendously great moment. And again, I'm grateful
canceled.
To my successors and to
Order
our successors
submitted.
who've, in the Trump administration, Jared and Steve in particular, for doing this. But I do think it's hard. One of the issues that Israel always had was, do we withdraw before there's the day after plan in place? Meaning, because the minute we withdraw, Hamas takes over. And so what we've seen is Hamas has in fact taken over the territory in Gaza that they are in control of, which is not all of it, of course. And so the concern now is, how do you bring in another force when they're already reasserting control? What requires them to, or forces them to lay down their arms and stop their control of Gaza? And that's, I think, going to be a very difficult thing to achieve as time goes by.
Right, and I'm wondering, what your view is on the likelihood of this playing out exactly as imagined by the negotiators.
I think that all the phases beyond this one, there are no details behind it. I think the negotiators decided as a tactic to get to a yes first and then figure out the details later. And I think that's probably was the right approach. But that means that we don't really have anything that's going to happen in the coming days and weeks. And I think that we're probably going to be frozen here for a little while as they figure out what the next step is. And I think we have two pictures that we have to look at. One is Israel and its neighbors, which is Israel-Hamas, and what happens in Gaza, what happens in the West Bank. But then you have the bigger picture, which is what happens in the Middle East. And can you get to normalization with Saudi Arabia, which I think you can, and can you get, once that happens, do you get broader normalization with Muslim countries? So I think that we're really at a critical moment, but also one that has a lot of potential for the Middle East.
Things happen gradually, and then they happen all at once. I think someone said that. I'm not sure how to view this, because I was thinking about going all the way back to, I don't know, think of the names almost, like Anwar Sadat or Menachem Begin or Golda Meir. I think about how long this has been such an intractable issue that the world has faced. Now, sooner or later, we were hoping for some type of, for lack of a better word, like an Arab Spring or a move into the 21st century for that part of the world to more closely resemble the West. Is this really it, do you think? And like I said, it's been gradual. Like slowly we've seen certain countries that we used to think no way it would ever happen. One by one it started happening till we got to this point. Is it possible to be optimistic about the whole region right now?
One, I think you should always be optimistic. That's what makes us able to deliver. But look, I think this is still an intractable crisis and conflict. You still have the West Bank that is in a very difficult spot with settlements growing and agitation between the Palestinian population and the Israeli population growing, not diminishing. Gaza is still 2 million people that are hostile to Israel and Israel hostile to Gaza. So you still have Hezbollah that is not yet disarmed in Lebanon. You have a lot of dark forces. So I think you have two different Middle Easts. You have the Middle East of the Arabian Gulf. UAE led the way with Bahrain, but now if Saudi joins, that is one Middle East that is focused exactly as you said on the 21st century, on becoming a powerful economies that are, where oil is only their bonus, where they can have a balanced budget without oil, and doing that through technology and growth. And then you have other countries in the Middle East that are still very hostile to the West, economies that are at a very different place, very low economies with failed states. So I think you still have these two Middle Easts, and I don't think we should be fooled by one side that is focused on growth while the other side is still at near conflict all the time.
Amos, what is your sense, though, of whether Hamas ever gets effectively disarmed? Because as long as they have arms, doesn't this remain an intractable issue?
Yes, and that's what I think. That's why I said before, I think it's very difficult to imagine them laying their arms. What you're seeing already, the second every place where Israel's withdrawn, Hamas has reasserted its control. And whether they're calling themselves Hamas or they're putting a new label on the uniform, but Hamas is asserting control and they have weapons. And they're going to continue to grow in those areas. So it's very difficult for me to imagine that some kind of magical foreign force is going to come in and agree to gun battles with Hamas and achieve that. I think there has to be there's going to have to be a broader reconciliation on the Israeli-Palestinian issue. I think the two-state solution is not dead yet, but it is severely wounded. And there's going to have to be some kind of understanding of how the Palestinians govern themselves outside of international control. But I think it's very difficult.
Can you speak to this issue, which is, and we were talking about it around the table during commercial break, I, for example, think this is an amazing, historic, and fabulous day. I think Joe and Becky do too. Having said that, you go online and the response is as negative could be about Israel and about the reputation of the country, frankly, about Jews. I mean, it's all wrapped up together. And I wonder, to the extent you're thinking about that, how you think that changes or doesn't change under these circumstances.
Look, I think you have there are a couple of things I would say. One, it's devastating to see after 2 years since the horrific events of October 7 that Israel is the one that is isolated around the world. And part of that is, to some degree, an overreach in how they executed the war, especially in the last 9 months. Civilian toll is very, very high. but there's always going to be a double standard when it comes to Israel.
Why do you say that? There's always going to be a double standard.
Because there always has been. Look, it attracts the attention. Conflicts in Israel and around Israel attract the attention like no other conflict does. This is not whataboutism. There is a conflict in Sudan that is devastating, with tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of casualties of Ukraine and so on. There are conflicts around the world. This one captures the imagination around the world, in every part of the world. And so there's always going to be this fascination with it and a much bigger attention given to it. But look, I think that we have to focus on the fact that people were marching down the streets demanding for a ceasefire now, demanding for the war to end. The war has now ended, for now at least. The ceasefire is there. And people should be happy. Those who were calling for it should be out in the streets celebrating. As you said, they are for some reason not doing that.
Right.
That's somewhat bizarre to me.
No, I can, I've seen the list. Seen the list on Twitter of the Hollywood types that not a word. They were so animated about. Let me ask you one more thing, Amos, because there was some tepid praise from some former Biden officials, Jake Sullivan, that time and circumstance finally happened for Trump, where our original deal that we had is finally getting done because of time and circumstance. And I understand that, how that can happen. But do you think that, I don't know, what happened to Iran's proxies, what happened in Syria, what happened in Doha, I mean, all the things that we've seen that have sort of compromised, Fordo, in terms of steps that the United States and Israel has taken, don't you think that this became a lot more likely and possible given some proactive things that the Trump administration did in support of Israel?
Look, I think that there was a lot of pressure on Israel and there was a lot of pressure on Hamas. I think that there is never one reason why things happen. And I've been pretty open about the fact that I think that the negotiators here, Jared and Steve, have done an excellent job in getting this. There were a number of phases to this. One was when the attack happened, the Biden administration, myself included, we were determined to make sure that Iran did not fire a bunch of missiles, that Hezbollah did not come into the war at that time. We sent out enormous amount of U.S. military capability to the Middle East to defend Israel, to save Israel from further destruction. Israel that looked very different on October 8th than it does today. We had the ceasefire with Lebanon that I negotiated that, as to some degree, models for how the governing of the relationship between Hamas, Gaza, and Israel post-ceasefire now is going to happen. The proxies were weakened dramatically already then. I think there is a feeling that in January there was a ceasefire in place that was achieved right on the seam between the Biden and the Trump administration, and that perhaps that could have been turned into the permanent deal at that time. And I think that's probably true. And the last 8 months of delay in that, that I don't blame the Trump administration. I think Israel walked away from that ceasefire at that time and did not want to implement it. That cost the lives of a lot more people and delayed not only the ceasefire, but also caused a lot of harm for Israel's reputation around the world. Yeah. I think the Trump administration finally understood, especially after the attack in Doha, that there needs to be a change and this has to come to an end, and the pressure was given and both parties had to compromise. I hope that this now holds. But I give credit to the Trump administration, but I also think that this is a continuum of what's happened over the last 2 years since the horrific events that are literally were right on the anniversary of 2 years ago.
We used to talk to you about oil all the time. Obviously, oil was under 60 for a while today. And I was going to just needle you a little. You think, how much is the SPR still depleted? Maybe we should buy it back. Should we be buying it back now, almost? Would you suggest that? Sell high, buy low? Does that sound like a good idea? at this point?
Absolutely. They should be buying, and they should be buying it into the SPR so that we have it for the next time if there's a crisis. Look, the one thing we know about oil markets is whenever it's going down really low, it's going to come back up at some point, at some day. Oil demand is still high. But by the way, the oil price has a large impact on what's going to happen in Gaza. The ability of other Arab states to be able to support and to rebuild $1 trillion of what's going to be necessary in Gaza at $60 a barrel is quite difficult. But I would buy back into the SPR.
Just want to get you to put out a strong buy on oil. Amos, thank you. Appreciate it. It's a great day for a lot of reasons. Squawk Box coming right back.
Absolutely.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can unplug for the day or plunge into a long weekend. Savor the moment or savor the details. Earn points for free nights with IHG One Rewards.
Vehicle breakdowns are costly, but with Endurance, you could never pay out of pocket for a costly repair again.
They covered a $14,000 engine replacement.
Call right now to get $300 off any plan. Call now.
At the Farmer's Dog, our recipe is more than the ingredients we choose. It's what we choose to do with them. Developed by our vet nutritionists, all our food is made to the highest safety standards and has clinically proven benefits. It's gently cooked to deliver the nutrients your dog needs without the ultra-processing. Because good ingredients matter, but the best recipes call for so much more. Get 50% off your first box, available only at thefarmersdog.com.
You're up right now, still scrolling, still streaming. Stop. With AGZ, designed to support your body's natural sleep cycle. It's the nightly drink for winding down and resting up. Go to sleep.
Welcome to the Now Way to Network. They switched to Juniper's AI native network. And now everyone's so productive, they're operating at a higher gear. That's the Now Way to Network at work, with real AI, putting you in the fast lane.
October 15th, join CNBC's AI Summit in Nashville, where visionary leaders and innovators explore AI's impact on work, business, and society. Register now at cnbcevents.com/AI.
To throw the best tailgates in Texas, you need the highest quality beef and HEB certified meat cutters like me.
And me. We hand cut and grind fresh beef 7 days a week.
High quality beef and custom cuts. No one does tailgating like HEB.
I got something coming up.
This fall, get ready to think fast and eat faster at Raising Cane's. With hand-battered and cooked-to-order chicken fingers. So grab a box combo and catch.
My name's Chad Powers.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. It is banks earnings week. Citi, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo scheduled to report tomorrow. Bank of America and Morgan Stanley, they're going to be in focus on Wednesday. Joining us right now is Betsy Grasick. She is Morgan Stanley's head of banks and diversified financial research. And I imagined we were going to talk about earnings this morning, and we will, but I'm curious actually what your reaction is to this big announcement from JP Morgan today, where they're planning to invest $1.5 trillion over the next 10 years.
Yeah, so this announcement that came out just a couple hours ago, right?
Yep.
Is reflecting, I believe, not that, you know, I believe that JP Morgan is looking to bring to bear the resources of the entire organization to this effort. So it's not just on balance sheet lending that they're committing to, but also focusing the time and attention of the investment banking division to find those companies that can help drive improvements in supply chain for things like rare earth minerals, in addition to a whole range of other needs that we have to develop and improve our security.
Right. So that's the stock's up 1% today. I imagine it's more up 1% because the market is moving up in a higher way just across the board. But my question to you is, how much do you think that's going to actually add to the business?
So when I think about 1.5 trillion, I think in the press release they highlighted that's about 500 billion more than they would have done anyway.
Right.
So then you take 500 billion over 10 years, so you're talking about 50 billion a year. If it were to be only on balance sheet, and in 2025, we are forecasting that JP Morgan will be growing its loan book by 63 billion. So it is something that's in the run rate of the organization, but importantly, as they said in the press release, it's not just loans, right? It's also underwriting.
Right. I'm trying to understand what you're saying. Are you suggesting that because there's already a $63 billion run rate, that this is not a big deal, or it is a big deal?
No, I think it is important,
right,
as it puts a spotlight on some critical industries that the government is looking to increase our investments in. And I think what the announcement today is saying is, we're with you.
Right.
And we're going to help this get done. And they have the capability to be a partner in helping it get done.
In terms of earnings this week, who do you like? Who don't you like? What should we be looking for?
So in terms of earnings, which, as you indicated, kicks off tomorrow with a bang, we are looking for beats. We are looking for companies to do better than consensus.
Right.
Our estimates are, on average, 3% higher than consensus. And in particular, the money centers, we are 5 to 9% above consensus, most for Citigroup. But across the board of money centers, we're above the street on Citi, JP, B of A, Goldman, Wells. And why is that? Capital markets is back, right? As you know very well, capital markets is back. And there's more runway ahead of us. So this is not the end of the acceleration in deal activity.
In terms of stock price right now, buying a bank or not, you like Citi the best, it seems like, or
well, no? Yeah, I would say that we are overweight Citigroup, Bank of America, in particular, in the money centers.
Okay, and who would you sort of be either neutral to walk away from right now, given where the prices are?
Well, I'm not walking away from anybody. I have upside to my price targets for all of my banks right now.
Okay.
And that's because we have an expectation for an increase in earnings growth as the next 2 years unfolds.
Right.
And that's a function of improving activity levels in capital markets primarily.
Okay. Betsy, I want to thank you.
Okay.
Nice to see you this morning. You bet.
All right, Airbus opening a new assembly line at its plant in Mobile, Alabama. We want to get over to Phil LeBeau right now. He is joined by the CEO of Airbus North America, Robin Hayes. Phil, good morning.
Good morning, Becky. Let's bring in Robin right now from the Mobile, Alabama Airbus plant, where I believe you're on the new line that's opening up there, Robin. How much is this going to increase your monthly production down there in Alabama?
Well, good morning, Phil. Yes, we are right here in the new production line in Alabama, our third, actually. So 2 lines producing A320s, 1 line already open to produce the A220. And this is really going to allow us to have the capability to double our 320 production out here in Mobile over time.
You know, Robin, you and I have talked about the fact that the aviation industry global supply chain has really struggled to keep up with the demand that is out there for you to build new aircraft, especially the engine makers. Do you feel better about where that supply chain is right now?
Well, yes, overall the supply chain has improved, Phil. A lot of work and attention by a lot of teams at Airbus and all of our supplier partners. And the focus very much is on engines, and the engine manufacturers, they have recovery plans in place, and that's going to allow us to get some of these airplanes we still had at the half-year results without engines on. It's going to allow us to get them in the sky.
You know, another part of the supply chain that probably doesn't get as much attention as it should is the demand for premium seats. You see this with your customers asking for more premium seats relative to main cabin seats. But the seat makers, because of each of these seats needing to be certified, and they're all different, they've struggled as well. Have they closed the gap between when orders are placed and deliveries take place?
Again, it's an area of continued focus. You're absolutely right, Phil. What we've seen is a growth in premium demand for premium seats from our customers. We're seeing customers want more customization to those seats as well. And we're also seeing, frankly, more premium seats on our 321 XLR. It's a great airplane. It allows us to fly across continents, and airlines want to add premium seats to those airplanes as well. And so, yes, it's an area. We are still very focused on it, as are our customers, and it's an area that's really important to meet the future demand for premium travel.
Hey, Robin, as you guys expand your production there and add this new line there, are you finding the skilled labor that you need, or is it becoming more challenging?
No, we have a great team here in Alabama. I mean, really, the way the community has supported us, the workforce development programs that our own team have put in place with local partners, hundreds of apprentice programs, hundreds of employees that have come through apprentice programs. So we wouldn't be building this, Phil, if we didn't have a great deal of confidence in the workforce right here in Alabama.
Robin Hayes, the CEO of Airbus North America, on a big day. Robin, thank you very much for joining us from the company's plant in Mobile, Alabama. Guys, I'll send it back to you. I should point out, just a decade ago, we were down there when it was a hangar cranking out maybe 1 or 2 planes a month. They now have 3 final assembly lines.
Wow. Yeah. If you build it, they will come. Sounds like really a huge growth. Phil, thank you very much, and our thanks to Robin as well. Folks, when we come back, powering the AI boom, utility giant Exelon plans to invest billions of dollars in infrastructure to keep up with demand. We have the CEO, Calvin Butler, joining us next. And Wharton School's Jeremy Siegel will give us his take on the markets right now with earnings season upon us. No economic data coming from the government, so we're left to our own devices. Squawk Box will be right back.
Behind this advisor is the power of Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, 90% of which have outperformed their peers over the last 10 years. Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard, discipline that delivers.
Small business owners, you got to stop doing what you're doing. Why? Because bookkeeping sucks. You shouldn't be doing it yourself. So go to Zenju.com, and what you're going to get there is a trusted financial partner, so you can do what you do best. Run your business. Zenju.com.
With gold and copper prices breaking all-time highs, U.S. Gold Corp offers investors tremendous leverage to both gold and copper at its project in mining-friendly Wyoming. U.S. Gold Corp has a reserve of 1.5 million ounces of gold equivalents, fully permitted to mine, producing a gold and copper concentrate with only 12.5 million shares outstanding and a portfolio of world-class American strategic metals assets. U.S. Gold Corp. Join the golden age.
I never thought this would happen.
When disaster takes control of your life, we got you. Get it back with a single call to the team that shows up fast to make things right. ServPro, like it never even happened.
Investing. You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. You're not a child playing a game. This is grown-up business. The real thing. You know wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
I got something coming up.
This fall, get ready to think fast and eat faster at Raising Cane's. With hand-battered and cooked-to-order chicken fingers. So grab a box combo and catch.
My name's Chad Powers.
1, 2,
best tailgates in Texas, you need the highest quality beef and HEB certified meat cutters like me.
And meat. We hand cut and grind fresh beef 7 days a week.
High quality beef and custom cuts. No one does tailgating like HEB.
Allergies got you trying every trick? Grab Zyrtec for total relief. It works fast and lasts a full 24 hours. What are you waiting for? Go Z's the day with Zyrtec.
It's 8 a.m. on the East Coast, and you're watching Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Becky Quick along with Joe Kernan and Andrew Ross Sorkin, and among our top stories today, Hamas releasing all of the remaining living hostages that it held following the attack on Israel a little more than 2 years ago. Israel will release close to 2,000 Palestinian prisoners. In an address to Israel's parliament, President Trump called today a day of profound joy. President Trump attempting to cool tensions with China following his Friday threat of new 100% tariffs on the country. In a social media post over the weekend, President Trump said that China's President Xi doesn't want depression for his country, and neither do I. That's powering futures higher this morning. We're looking at the Dow futures up by about 350 points. And J.P. Morgan launching a plan to finance stakes in companies that it considers crucial to U.S. interests. The bank says that it will invest up to $10 billion in that effort.
Let's take a look at the futures right now. You're looking at the market moving higher. Dow Jones looks like it would open up about 350 points higher. The S&P 500 up about 75 points higher. NASDAQ now up about 408 points higher. I want to get over to Mike Santoli in just a moment. He's down at the New York Stock Exchange. But, you know, one of the things you look at this, and we haven't even shown you what's going on with Bitcoin, but I was going to say just the flip of everything that's happened on Friday, and this goes back to the question about negotiating with China and how much leverage we have or don't have. And, you know, the president made his statement on Friday, and then, of course, the market moved, and then he sort of walked it back. And how does China think about that, you think, on a morning like this?
I mean, look at all the give and take we've had in this process. We had a deal, supposedly, and then they were, I don't know, slow walking the rare metals, and then it looked like it was back on track. Hopefully we'll see the Treasury Secretary soon. He probably has. I want to talk to him about that. Yeah, I think we were going to have him, then I don't know, something went awry. He was going somewhere else first, so we don't play that. So we, right.
Well, take a look. We're showing you Bitcoin. We're up at about 114,000. That had come down to about 105,000. We talked to Tom Lee earlier this morning just about that move and how much leverage there actually might be in that trade and what that means longer term. Maybe Mike has thoughts about that, but want to get down to him and see what's on the top of his mind.
Yes, Andrew, we'll definitely get to that. Let's take a look at the bigger picture here with the S&P 500. You know, I was standing up here for a couple of weeks saying we've had this unusually long stretch of strength in the S&P 500 without a 3% pullback from high to low since April, and an unusually long period of time spent above the S&P's 50-day moving average. Well, we kind of took care of those things, but just barely. This is the S&P 500 index fund. We came down to almost hit that 50-day moving average. We're bouncing, getting back about half of Friday's losses, and high to low, you barely got a 3% pullback. So is that going to be enough, the minimally acceptable pullback that everybody's been waiting for? It's unclear, because you did have a lot of buildup in momentum and some of the froth around the edges of this market that I think you have to pay attention to. I'm more focused on that February, between February and Liberation Day, was really a situation where we were unwinding a lot of momentum that had gotten overdone. It wasn't really about trade until we got closer to it. So that's what we want to watch for here. Take a look here at consumer discretionary on an equal weighted basis, as well as regional banks. And what you see is that they were rolling weeks before Friday's news about whether we were going to re-escalate with China. So it's definitely a bit of a gut check for the re-acceleration of the economy story. Some, you know, around the edges credit concerns that maybe are hitting regional banks. And both of them have essentially gotten back to challenge roughly election time levels on those scores. So you have to kind of give a little bit of a look at the cyclical underpinnings of this market. Now take a look at Bitcoin along with NVIDIA. This is a 2-year chart. It's kind of the same chart. I keep pointing this out. Everyone's talking about gold racing higher. Is Bitcoin digital gold, or is it just a thing people love to own and trade that also represents some kind of innovation or some kind of long-dated change in the technological future. I think it's the latter. What you see here is Bitcoin kind of pull back sharply with that huge kind of liquidation purge that we got. A tremendous amount of leverage in there. It's not really the case with NVIDIA, but it seems like they've sort of come together. So we'll see if this relationship continues from here, Andrew.
Okay, Mike, thank you for that. Also, take a look right now at shares of Bloom Energy. They are surging right now, up at 27% after striking a partnership with Brookfield for fuel cells for artificial intelligence data centers. Brookfield's going to spend up to $5 billion to deploy Bloom Energy's technology, the first investment in its strategy to support big AI data centers with power and computing infrastructure. So a big move taking place as we speak.
And the AI boom has put a spotlight on power demand. It's also putting pressure on utility companies to upgrade grid infrastructure. For more on the efforts to keep up with the demand, we're joined right now by Exelon CEO Calvin Butler. And Calvin, thank you for coming in today.
Thank you, and good morning.
Man, what a difference a year makes. A year ago, maybe a little over that, we were focused just on green energy, how you were going to bring more sustainable methods of energy on way. Now all the talk is about this demand to power AI.
Yes.
And you're kind of stepping up with this. I'm looking at it. Exelon's going to be investing $38 billion through 2028 in grid infrastructure. But then you've got another $15 billion that's there for the surging demand for AI. You want to walk us through that? Like, what's happening?
Yeah, we do. So when you think about Exelon and our footprint along the Mid-Atlantic, we have some of the largest centers of population across the country: Chicago, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Washington, D.C. And data centers, large technology companies are interested in going where those population centers are. One of the fastest growing markets is Chicago. It's the 5th largest data center developer out there in the country. And Chicago, our sister utility, ComEd, has over 17 gigawatts of high probability load coming in, with another 17 going through the process right now. So what are we doing as a company to step up and meet that challenge? You talk about the $38 billion. And I would be honest, we're just scratching the surface on getting that done. And that's not just us as Exelon, it's us as an industry. We're all focused on ensuring that they will have a reliable and resilient grid in the future.
The pushback is coming from consumers, where there's been rising energy prices that have risen pretty rapidly, in large part because of this demand and where it's coming from. What do you tell them? How much of your energy price has risen, let's say, over the course of the last year or 2 years?
Becky, that is the issue. One, our ability to put that infrastructure in place, but also keep it affordable. So what we tell them, and what we tell anyone who will listen, governors, state legislatures, the Congress, is policy matters. Doing this the right way and partnering with these technology companies and ensuring that they are seen as a good neighbor is critical. And what we are doing is focused on making sure that this load actually comes to bear. Because what happens if you invest in that infrastructure and it doesn't materialize,
right.
You're paying
if the demand's not there.
That's exactly right. And we're ensuring that those large data centers are committing to that load. And if it doesn't come to fruition, they're holding the bag on this.
Who's the they there?
The technology company. So we're having those conversations.
Meta, you're talking Microsoft?
All of the above. So for example, those large data centers that are coming in Illinois, we just filed an agreement where, one, we're requiring a significant deposit, a $1 million deposit, just to do the research. 1 million.
That's
scratching the surface. There you go. But it's larger than anything.
You're talking about $53 billion in infrastructure.
And then every time they come in for a load, they give additional monies. So if that load doesn't materialize, we draw down from that deposit. And when that deposit starts drawing down, they contribute more.
Wait, the deposit of $1 million?
$1 million initial. $1 million is the initial, but as we start construction, more dollars are seen. So the whole idea
companies
is
like
that
Microsoft and a Meta, these big tech companies you're talking about, they have huge balance sheets.
They do.
Do you get a bigger than $1 million from them? Like, what are we talking about? If you spend $15 billion and turns out they only spend $500 billion on demand, then what?
Our whole focus is that the customer, residential small business, is not holding the bag for that load growth. And therefore, the amount of deposit depends on the size of that data center.
Okay, so
and that's what we do.
For a bigger company, you're talking about a much
absolutely,
bigger deposit.
absolutely, because the whole piece policy matters, and we do not want the small customers holding it.
What do you tell the customers again right now? How much have power costs risen? There was a Bloomberg study that said over the last 5 years in areas where there's demand for data centers, it's up more than 278% over that time. Is that reflective of your customer base?
Not to that large extent, but we have seen significant increases, and it's supply and demand. It's supply and demand. So when you don't have the generation assets ready to step up to meet that challenge, the prices are going to go higher.
Do you anticipate the prices will come down for those residential customers over the next several years as you bring more online?
If it's done right. Going back to that line, policy does matter. So how are you bringing more generation? And I talk about whether it's upscaling the nuclear, whether you're bringing in, stop the closure of certain power plants across the country. All of that will matter, bringing new renewable, and most important, utilizing technology into this place. As utilities, are we getting the most out of our system? One, what are we doing around battery storage? All those things will matter and play into bringing generation to the mix.
You've been an advocate of bringing regulated energy supply back, allowing companies like yourself to control not only the power lines, but also to bring back the generation of power and allow you to control those means. Where does that stand? Because I think about half the states, it's not legal to do that, and those are many of the states that you operate in.
It's very important. Why is that? Because you need to have all options on the table. If you look at where we operate within the PJM market, you're absolutely right. We are not allowed to own. So why would you take an option off the table that could bring additional generation assets into the mix?
But the reason that we entered into deregulation initially was because when power companies owned all of those means, it led to monopolistic plays, and power prices were rising in the 1990s. So what's different today?
Load growth. You were operating when deregulation occurs. We saw steady or declining load growth, and the market dynamics are very different. So you can't continue to say we're moving forward and play by the old rules when the game has changed, and that's what we're faced with.
Your stock is up 25% year to date. That is massive growth for a utility company. Why is that? What's your...
I would like to think that people see us as a long-term good investment.
Management.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I should have started with. All right, good.
Do you think, though, that it's part of this idea that deregulated energy supply will come back on? Is that part of what's built into this?
I think that's part of it, but it's not the driver. We're a low-risk organization that focuses on operating with excellence. When you think about Exelon and our operating companies, we do it, I think, better than anyone else.
Excellent. That's why you guys...
Excellent management.
Very quickly, how convinced are you that this AI demand for power is going to last? How much are you willing to bet on it?
I am betting on it. I'm investing in it, but I'm not doing it at the risk of my other customers. So therefore, all the things that we've been talking about this morning, I'm taking a very cautious, optimistic approach. But more importantly, I don't want to leave my residential and small businesses holding just in case it doesn't materialize. What we've seen, though, is that even if the load growth is half of what they're speculating, it's significant.
Calvin, thank you for coming in today.
Thank you for having me. Thank you.
All right, coming up, we're going to have much more on the markets with Wharton School professor Jeremy Siegel. And then later this hour, former Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger on his concerns about the surge in AI spending. And we'll get into the events that unfolded at the chip maker after his departure. Squawk Box returns in just a moment.
In a world of conformity, it's often the innovative that stand out. At FlexJet, we've built a state-of-the-art operations control center with an international fleet of private jets and helicopters. Our Red Label crews are leading the way in pilot compensation, all supported by one of the world's largest maintenance networks. This is our timeless dedication to you. That's why we're outgrowing the competition 2-1. At FlexJet, you won't just be flown, you'll be moved.
Do you care where the economy is headed? What about elections? Or climate change? See the forecast consensus on our future at IBKR Forecast Trader. If you disagree, you can buy the contract that looks undervalued. But be careful. You must be right more than 50.5% of the time to win. Go to IBKR Forecast Trader.
Genius pioneers like Leonardo da Vinci rose above with ideas the rest of the world believed were just a dream.
Any minute now.
Fueled by AI, that same innovative spirit propels today's aviation leaders forward. Prisma Airs, the world's most comprehensive AI security platform, allows your brave ideas to reach new heights. Be a genius. Deploy bravely.
That's your problem. You need to find a solution.
I spoke with the sales team, and their main insight is that they're seeing figures that are increasing when we highlight product benefits.
I agree on that angle. I have a few ideas.
Nuance Audio is the new invisible hearing solution built into your glasses. Hear what you see, comfortably, with open ear speakers. Nuance Audio, in tune with life.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. There you can see the futures getting about half of what they lost, what the markets lost on Friday. For more on those markets, let's bring in Jeremy Siegel, Chief Economist at Wisdom Tree and Professor Emeritus of Finance at University of Pennsylvania's Wharton School of Business. We've seen some of this movie before, deja vu all over again. China, trade tensions, et cetera. Professor, more to it this time? Could this get out of hand, or do you think we're going to see a similar response 2-3 weeks from now? We'll be talking about new highs again.
Yeah, and good to see you, Joe. First of all, you talked about the strategic petroleum reserve in the last one of the last segments. I think it's scandalous that we don't have a rare earths strategic reserve, that we let China, monopolize 90% of the refining of rare earth materials. Where were we? Realizing the importance of these, the JP Morgan investment in rare earths, we need a strategic reserve of these rare earth materials. And I mean, as we look back, China has used this as a threat for a long time. In fact, 12 years ago, I think they actually stopped rare earth shipments to Japan in a disagreement that had to be resolved. So we should have been on warning on this situation. I think it's going to be resolved. I think that they're going to, that's their salvo to come to the table. Trump has said 100%, but he said, listen, I set a November 1st date, which for me is like forever in the future. It's actually the furthest date he's ever, I think, set for the start of tariffs, which means he wants to have that solved, I think. And so I do think it's going to be resolved. I think the Chinese have been very good negotiators, being put in a very difficult position, but I think they've been skillful here, but I do think it's going to be worked out.
It'll be worked out, and it won't be too negative for either country.
Yeah, I mean, I think they want. They say, why are we 25? I don't know what the exact average is right now with their tariffs. Some of the countries around them have, been less, and they're gonna try to negotiate that down from the level that they now have. And I think it's just a prelude to, saying, all right, these are our chips. We've got cards. You've got cards. Let's sit down and negotiate these. So, I think that this is not going to be a permanent situation. And, once it's resolved, given all the other good things that are happening, I see no reason why we can't continue on to new highs. I do say when we talked about Bitcoin, it was sort of interesting with Tom Lee, Bitcoin was not a good risk diversifier in that shock. And gold held up. Treasuries actually went up at that point. You know, if you're into a short run diversifier to risk, and Bitcoin has a lot of positive features to it, but I think, you know, when we took a look there, I said, my God, that's down 3 times as much as the market. It will snap back, but for people who are thinking about what's good to diversify for short-term risk, Bitcoin still is not there.
Well, gold's been going up when the market goes up and when the market goes down, so that's not
and Bitcoin
typical of gold.
has not. So, you know, we talk about diversifying asset classes. It takes a shock like we saw to really decide, well, which one is the diversifying asset class? And as I said, you know, for all the pluses of Bitcoin and crypto, it still isn't there as a true risk diversifier for this sort of geopolitical and trade risk.
Well, the government shutdown would seem to me that I don't know whether you ever really see a GDP effect or at least corporate earnings effect, but certainly it cools the economy a little, and it cools the inflation expectations. So I would figure that just keeps the Fed on the same track to lower rates. So I don't even see it necessarily as a negative.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to get. Yeah, I mean, first of all, you know, we're going to get Powell tomorrow. And remember, when Powell doesn't say, the market is expecting a cut on October 29th. And by the way, I don't think it's a coincidence that the CPI, which is being delayed, is coming out on the 26th. Yeah. So the Fed will have that CPI data. I think it's going to be pretty favorable. Remember, Powell doesn't ever like to surprise the market. If the market, which now thinks 80 to 90%, there's going to be a cut at the end of this month, if he doesn't say anything contrary, doesn't really matter whether he's a little hawkish, a little not. If he doesn't really push against that, that means he's going along with that cut. But clearly that, you know, September 26th CPI is going to be like one of the only pieces of price data that he's going to have, although we do reconstruct those weekly jobless claims, so we will have a couple more of those. But so his talks and the CPI are going to be telling, but I think a cut is definitely in the cards on the 29th.
Okay, great. Professor, are the Eagles any good?
Order canceled.
I guess so.
Order submitted.
Are the Jets any good?
No, it was one of the worst weekends for Philadelphia sports in history. The Phillies, the Eagles, and even our Flyers. So we're going to try to move past it in the next week.
But thanks for bringing it up.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah, thanks, Professor. See you later.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay.
Coming up, former Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger is going to be with us. We're going to have a wide-ranging interview. He's got some provocative thoughts about the AI boom and what it portends. We'll be right back after this.
CBIZ, your mom told you to find a job.
Hello?
You made a company instead. To keep your growth
Order
going,
filled.
you need an advisor built for the middle market. Accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. CBIZ.
Order
Insights
submitted.
that impact.
At Baird, we offer a unique perspective on wealth management.
Because you offer a unique perspective on what a life should look like.
We listen and really get to know you. Then we customize a plan, especially for you and your family.
From making your tax burden less of a burden to estate and trust strategies that protect your loved ones.
And an investment portfolio that powers your financial goals.
When the focus is on you, it makes all the difference.
High Point University, the premier life skills university, is ranked the #1 best-run college in America by the Princeton Review. Employers value HPU's real-world preparation. Students love unprecedented access to global leaders on High Point's inspiring campus. And parents appreciate HPU's God, family, and country values. Choose to be extraordinary at High Point University.
Today's digital world is full of risks. I present to you the world's most protected business.
Creed, we have
AT&T Dynamic Defense?
It prevents malicious threats.
How are people supposed to get in? There's no door.
Somebody say door? Light them up, Bobby. My man.
Machine learning is advancing, but businesses wonder if some machines can keep up.
Let's welcome our new coworker, Jeff.
Copier has a great idea.
Wonder if it's the same idea as yesterday.
It's a performance issue, really. I know people push your buttons, but you still have to deliver.
Anything can change the world of work. ADP Assist is AI, informed by workplace data, and designed for the next anything.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, watch me. Level up, 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 level up. All this on me so yummy. No, you want this yummy, yummy all in your tummy.
It is a big week here on Squawk Box. Andrew's newest book hits store shelves tomorrow. It's titled 1929. Before the release, Andrew joined Leslie Stahl on 60 Minutes last night.
Andrew Ross Sorkin says we're in our own roaring 20s, the 2020s, with stocks climbing for months, just like then.
The crazy part about this is, from 1928 to September of 1929, the stock market was up 90%.
When you say the stock market was way up,
Right.
immediately I think of now. Are you scared?
I'm anxious. I'm anxious that we are at prices that may not feel sustainable. And what I don't know is we are either living through some kind of remarkable boom, and part of that's artificial intelligence and technology and all of that, or everything's overpriced.
Or we're reliving
1929.
All right, the book is available tomorrow. I've got a copy of it right here. We like to call it around here one big, beautiful book. It is big. It's 500 pages almost.
It is.
It is
It is.
beautiful.
But hopefully it reads like a
written.
beach read, so
Yeah,
it's fast.
I
hopefully.
have to say, for stuff that people would think is like boring financial minutia, you bring this stuff to life
Thank
with
you.
how you write about this.
Thank you.
Honestly.
Are you selling that?
That's the best endorsement yet.
Honestly, like this does read
I
like
think
beach
it-
material.
no.
This reads like a book that you can't put down
Thank
because
you.
you have brought these characters to life, and that is a nearly impossible task.
And I'm going to have to read it.
I know you're going to have to read it. You're going to have to read it. We're going to talk a lot more about it, I imagine, tomorrow. So, but thank you.
I thought about the audio thing.
Well, I narrate the audio.
I know you do.
So we'll get that. That's going to be available tomorrow.
I
as
might
well.
do that and do it that way. Because when
I thought you'd read it on your Kindle, Joe. Do you know what that is?
Andrew, people ask me about books and do you read stuff? I go, no, I have Netflix. I mean,
well, he's
duh.
Well, hopefully we'll make a movie out of it one day too. So
this will be.
hopefully we'll make a movie out of it. I should just say, as you know, and I was going to say because
I'm going to give you that. I'm going to give you that. You don't want to be calling a crash.
I'm not calling for a crash.
You're not.
I'm always anxious.
You're always
I do
anxious.
think we are in a remarkable boom.
We are.
I think it's a pretty amazing boom. I'd like it to go on for a long time. My hope, honestly, is if you read this book, beyond it just hopefully being a page turner and you be fascinated by the characters and what really happened, because I actually think most people don't really know what happened. And I think I learned so much that I had no idea of what actually happened.
You worked on this for more than
8 years.
I worked on it for 8 years, and I really, like, you'll be in the room. It's like a TikTok
anxiety has been...
But I'm always anxious. But
has been present for 8 years about the markets.
What I was going to say is, when I started this project, I was not thinking about today at all. However, as you do get into it, there are these things that I think are parallels. Not to say we're going off a cliff tomorrow. I don't think we are. And I think there's lessons in here that if we actually sort of took away from it, we can avoid these things
more
in
like
the future.
99.
Might be more like 99.
29.
Order submitted.
That's my hope. And by the way, there was no SEC back then.
That's what I mean.
Insider trading laws.
I mean, not to say
capital requirements, the way the Federal Reserve operated, totally different. And I think we learned a lot, even in 2008.
Right.
Ben Bernanke, with his thesis at Princeton about this period, understood you have to do a lot of unpopular things, including flooding the system with money, which is something that did not happen back then.
But not to say that it can't happen again, because it always could. But in the entire time that we've talked about these things, you have expressed a healthy amount of skepticism all along since you joined the show about the stock market. As a journalist, you think that's your job.
Yes.
To express
this is true.
Skepticism. And we used to talk all the time about when are you going to get on that train? Or was it? Yeah, it was a bus. I'd say, you gonna, you know, if it's already gone all the way. We talked about all the way down to the Caribbean islands and back before you got on the stock train. And
it's not about being on the stock train. To me, it's
but you've never felt comfortable with valuations, really, all along.
Order
you
filled.
never said, wow, I'm buying this.
Order filled.
Question valuations and like
Order filled.
The truth is,
order filled.
And I think it was actually articulated very well by Larry Fink in the 60 Minutes piece last night. The truth is that over the last 100 years, if you were invested, you would make money. You have to be, I mean, investors have to be professional optimists. And so that's actually the very interesting distinction between being a professional optimist as an investor. You would make more money. Not more money, you'd make money if you were in the market.
You have to be a permanent bull.
But you also have to be somewhat skeptical so that you hopefully are asking the right questions.
Think about when I went into a Merrill Lynch trading class at 780 on the Dow.
For the Dow.
Yeah.
You know, Larry Fink made the point last night in the 60 Minutes piece.
Order filled.
Everything is risky.
Order filled.
Was kind of pushing him on that. What's risky? What's not?
Order submitted.
Everything's risky except for basically.
Larry sounded reasonable.
Order submitted.
Putting it in a paper bag or burying it in your backyard.
Compared to you, Larry Fink sounded reasonable.
That's super risky too, because if you're not investing, you're not keeping up with the patient.
Larry didn't even trash Trump. You and Leslie were. She's like,
all right, they're playing us up at the book.
Thank you.
Order filled.
It's 1929. It's out tomorrow. We're going to talk a lot
Order
more about
filled.
this.
Order submitted.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Becky, very, very much.
Order submitted.
Coming up, we have a new economic projection this morning on growth, jobs, and the impact of U.S. tariffs, the data, and key takeaways after
Order
the break.
submitted.
This is Mia. She dreams of taking her boutique swimwear brand nationwide. With her business growing so fast, she needs fast funding to keep making waves. That's why Mia has U.S. Bank Business Essentials, a combination of checking and card payment processing, giving her access to funds typically in 24 hours. Because we love watching her make a splash. That's the power of Mia, and this is the power of us.
Order submitted.
Down, up, right, left, inside, out. Sometimes it's hard to make sense from nonsense. Go beyond the headlines. A trusted global perspective. The Economist. Know which way is up.
Ever worry that you're drinking too much? Take back control with Or Health. Or Health provides access to medication proven to help. A daily pill to drink less. Or to quit drinking altogether.
Order
Text
filled.
CNBC to 710-710 to learn more.
Welcome to the Now Way to Network. They switched to Juniper's AI native network. And now everyone's so productive, they're operating at a higher gear. That's the Now Way to Network at work, with real AI, putting you in the fast lane.
Introducing CNBC Plus.
You can stream Squawk Box.
Stream Squawk on the street.
If you can't catch fast money in real time, watch us later on CNBC Plus.
look at that. It's kind of good.
Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Order
There are
filled.
different ways to get
Order
to the
filled.
future. Take on the
Order
morning.
submitted.
Or take care of dinner.
Order
You can
submitted.
take on the world or create
Order
your
filled.
own.
Order
Fidelity
submitted.
can help you save for and live in retirement.
Order
with timely
submitted.
insights
Order
and a free
filled.
personalized plan that helps you track your goals. No matter what your future holds,
Order
Fidelity
filled.
can help you take on retirement.
You founded your kayak company because you love the ocean, not spreadsheets. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, candidates can find it easier, so you can hire easier. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
The National Association of Business Economics out with its latest survey.
Order
Our
submitted.
senior economics reporter, Steve Leisman, joins us right now with the details on
Order
that. Hi, Steve.
submitted.
Hey, Becky,
Order
really
canceled.
interesting survey. Economists in the
Order
latest NABE
submitted.
survey upgrading their outlook for growth this year and next as they dialed back a bit the drag from tariffs, but also sharply lowering their job growth outlook
Order
to the
order
lowest since
filled.
the pandemic.
Order
Let me go through it
filled.
here. 40 forecasters in the October survey bumping up their outlook for GDP growth, a
Order
much healthier
submitted.
1.8% for this year, up a half a point into 1.7 for 2026 from 1.4, still below the 2.8 from last year. The change is linked to
Order
a boost
submitted.
in business investment, a somewhat reduced impact from tariffs on inflation. Core PCE still seen at 3.1% this year, but that's down from the 3.3 in June, and it's seen declining next year to 2.5%, in line with the Fed's outlook. Tariffs still a drag on growth and far away viewed as the biggest downside risk to the economy, but an emerging offset could be business spending, propelled in part by the recent tax bill, which had accelerated depreciation in it, along with the AI boom. Non-residential fixed investment, we don't pay a lot of attention to it, seen rising 3.8 this year. That's up from a prior forecast of just 1.6.
Order submitted.
Should cool off next year a bit, but an administration official telling me recently it could actually pick up because businesses may not be aware of the change in the law, so they'd use it more in 26. The job outlook, meanwhile, beginning to pick up the somewhat contradictory effects of the administration's immigration policies. Monthly job growth is now forecast to drop to just 60,000 this year.
Order submitted.
That's the lowest since the pandemic. But look at the unemployment rate. It actually drops from the prior forecast by 1/10. And that reflects probably a lower break-even rate of job growth needed to keep
Order
the unemployment
submitted.
rate steady, something we have to think more and more about. Amid all these changes, the Fed forecast to lower by just 1 more quarter point this year, but 3 quarter points
Order submitted.
next year. Andrew, congratulations on the book. Becky, back to you.
Thank you, Steve, and thanks for the report. It's fascinating to see where we are in our
Order submitted.
economy right now. Hopefully we can be optimistic. Even.
Yeah, hopefully we get some numbers from the government soon, though, to help us on our way. Steve, thank you. All right, let's get back to the markets this morning. The futures are sharply higher this morning. Let's take a look at where they stand right now. I think the Dow futures at this point are, S&P's looking for an implied open up 80 points. The rest of the futures, we're looking at Friday's numbers still for what
That's
had happened
helpful.
there. The futures right now for the Dow are up by close to 400 points. NASDAQ futures up by 430. S&P futures up by about 80. And joining us to talk about it is Chris Barone, the chief market strategist at Strategas Research Partners. Chris, let's start with Friday's action. We just saw it on the screen, and it was a little scary for people who were following along at home. What happened, and where are we this morning with these gains in the futures?
Bit of a wake-up call. You know, if you look at this market, frankly, under the surface, it's been pretty tired for 3 or 4 weeks going into this. It could have been anything. It happened to be the China tweet, but I don't want to lose sight of the bigger picture. They're
When you say tired, the market was setting new highs every day. What makes?
Yeah, when you look under the surface, I mean, we were only operating with about 50% of stocks above their 50-day average, so you started to see some lethargy show up over the last 3 or 4 weeks. But when you look at kind of the big building blocks, which have been tenet to our call, there really wasn't a lot meaningfully wrong. Cyclicals were still better than defensives. Credit conditions were benign. Banks were largely still involved. So I think you have to give this market the benefit of any doubt here. I don't know if yesterday or Friday was one and done, but 6,400, 6,450 is good support. I would still expect we make one more move here.
Order submitted.
Higher into year end.
So 6,400, you think one more move higher, what, a couple hundred
Order
basis points
canceled.
from here? 65.
Yeah, so 7,000
Order
is kind of
submitted.
what we're still looking at here for year-end 25. I do wonder if 26, if you're starting to set up for maybe a more defensive tone to take shape. We've already seen healthcare start to inflect here. I think the question is, does that bleed into the other defensive corners of the market? So far, you've gotten nothing from staples, really nothing from REITs, and the move in UTs, I think, as we would all concede, is primarily power or electricity driven. So I think the big question into 26 is, do you start to see some shift to the macro, which bleeds into leadership and gets you a more defensive profile in the months ahead?
The reason the market sold off on Friday was because of the president's comments about China and the potential trade war stepping up again, 100% tariffs as of November 1st. It was the worst day for several of the major averages since that April day when the president announced those tariffs to begin with. How much of this is macro driven, and how much of this is based on what you're actually hearing from companies? We're heading into earnings season. Are we going to hear things that justify the valuations at these levels?
Well, I would answer it from the perspective of what has the market told us about its own perception of the economy. I mean, discretionary has been better than staples, cyclicals have been better than defensive. So if we're going to use the market's interpretation of what the macro and the companies are telling us, I still think conditions are generally in pretty good shape. Credit spreads are 4 or 5 days off their tight. So you haven't really seen anything preceding this that would suggest the market was getting particularly worried about the economy. I do think, Becky, the big question is probably rates. I mean, all year the consensus has been worried about rates up. Right. We've been on the other side. Our story has been, actually, is there some level lower where bond yields actually start to signal the economy may be weakening in a big way? 385 was the low in 10-year yields back in April. I think that's the level people have to keep in mind. Under 385 on 10s, you sit here and you just begin to wonder, what is the messaging on the economy into 26?
Now, you do have some big tailwinds, though, coming from policy actions, the one big beautiful bill. You've got deregulatory moves. How much of that gets baked into this? Because, again, we go back and forth between what's happening on the macro level and what's happening from company specific.
So you have that, plus you have what should be the stimulus of lower yields and lower oil. I mean, oil's at 59 and change this morning. Gasoline futures actually made new lows. So it's up for the stocks to respond to that. I think the most interesting thing in this business is when things don't respond as they should. So I have stimulus into the spring. I have lower rates. I have lower oil. I'd like to see consumer stocks really respond to that coming in to first half, or certainly first quarter of 26. So the information may be if they don't.
Well, I guess you're, again, looking at these inputs, lower oil prices, lower rates, and trying to figure out why they're lower. What do you ascribe to oil below $60?
Well, I think when you kind of hit on the whole story, there's this massive deregulatory push across all industries here. You see it in banks. I think you see it in energy. I don't think it's a coincidence energy stocks were not particularly good in Trump 1.0. They haven't been especially good here in Trump 2.0. When you look at the financials in particular, I mean, the banks have been leadership here for 2 years. So if the broader story is really going to change, I would suspect we'd have to lose financials here. There's not a ton of evidence of that yet. There is some weakness in the private capital stocks, Apollo and Owl and that group of names. But let's remember, if we're going to deregulatory the money center banks, right, if that's where the deregulation's coming from, who has market share to give? I think the private capital names have market share to give. I think the money center banks have market share to take. Apollo underperforming, say, Bank of America has been a very important theme for us.
Chris Verone. Chris, thanks for coming in.
Great to be here.
Okay, coming up, the AI boom, chip demand, and the government taking a stake in Intel. We're going to get into all of those topics and so much more with former Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger right after the short break. Don't go anywhere.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
What'd she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body, LLC.
We actually sold the twins' naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
If you need a tan, I'm your man. Could do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
At PGIM, our ETFs use today's best ideas to help bring tomorrow's goals within reach. Our broad suite of over 50 low-cost ETFs is backed by 150 years of active management expertise. Explore PGIM ETFs today.
Goldman Sachs Active ETF GPIQ consistently seeks to deliver monthly income without sacrificing capital growth. Active ETFs from Goldman Sachs. Not just active, relentless.
$600 a year. If you're 50 plus, you could save up to that much by switching 2 unlimited lines from big wireless to consumer cellular. So why don't you pick up your phone while I take this hammer and see how we can cut your bill. Call Consumer Cellular.
The two most powerful words in the world that we know are, what if? And today, thousands of organizations are saying, what if? With the power to act on those words like never before. What if you could empower every employee with a limitless digital workforce? One that listens, learns, and acts all day, every day. Well, this isn't some far-fetched science fiction fantasy anymore. No, it's happening right now with AI from Salesforce. It's called Agent Force. Agent Force turns your vision into reality. Think about it, a future where every student, client, citizen, and customer experiences the best service possible. And your people? Well, now they're free to focus on the work that matters most. All you have to do is bring your dream. Imagine that. What if?
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, you can simply arrive or make an entrance. Stick to the agenda or experience something unexpected. With IHG's 20 hotel brands, you can guest how you guest.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Let's get into the world of AI and the chips economy now with a special guest who is on the set with us this morning. Pat Gelsinger, former Intel CEO. He's now general partner at venture capital firm Playground Global. And if there's one person who knows what's going on around this whole space and around what happened at Intel, what's going on with Intel now, it is you. I'm just so curious where you land on what's transpired here, specifically before we even get into just everything else, this idea that the U.S. government is now a major shareholder in Intel.
Yeah, thanks, Andrew, Becky, Joe. Just great to be on the show and see you all again. And, is the stake that the U.S. government has taken in Intel, is it good or bad, right? And to me, the only metric that matters is, does it cause the building and filling of Intel fabs? And if it causes more fabs to be built, more fabs to be filled in the U.S., then it's good. If that doesn't occur, then it's not, right? It's a question of, policy at that point. And obviously the market responded a little bit positively to it when it was announced. We've seen some other equity come into Intel, but none of those have yet included a commitment to fill the Intel fabs. And obviously this is a good week for Intel. With 18A coming across the line, I put a lot of sweat equity, deeply appreciative of the team making that happen. But the metric is build and fill fabs.
But I want to go back in time, if you will. So Gina Raimondo comes to you and says, we're thinking about doing this CHIPS Act thing. You wanted a piece of the action. And at the time, it was a grant. It was just, we're going to hand you the money under the sort of guise that this would be good for national security and resilience in the country. And that would be the benefit to the country, to the nation, not necessarily that there was also an economic component that would come straight back to taxpayers in the sort of direct way. If she had said to you, hey, Pat, we'd like to give you some money, but you're going to have to give us a little bit of equity for this, you would have said what?
Well, first, that's not how it played out, right? Remember, the CHIPS Act began under Trump 1. So it was a long process, bipartisan act being passed as a grant program. And obviously, Intel was a beneficiary. I was super disappointed, that the GINA and Department of Commerce took so long to get the money deployed, so long to get it across the line to help Intel at that point. But if the trade was, hey, we wanted to invest and we were going to drive the industry to build and fill fabs, I would say the same thing. That's a good deal. If it drives the industry to build and fill fabs, we have to reshore supply chains for leading edge R&D and technology.
But Howard Lutnick has basically said this was a lousy deal for the American taxpayer. And that basically the money that was already given has effectively been squandered, and that if we're going to keep giving this kind of money away, that we should have a piece of the action.
Well, I think this administration has clearly said, hey, when they see things that aren't okay, they're ready to blow them up and reconceive them. And I think that's what you saw.
Do you believe that they're not okay then? I mean, this was under your leadership.
Had they, I was very happy that we got the chips, the bipartisan chips across the line. I was very disappointed by how the Department of Commerce under GINA executed it, and the length that it took to get that money into place, 2.5 years, critical years, nothing happened. So I was quite disappointed. And for them to come in and say, that was broken, we're going to fix it in a very different way. Hey, we need to build and fill fabs.
Order submitted.
Looked at Intel shares for the last year, they're up by
Order
54%.
canceled.
But if you look over 5 years, they're still down more than 33%.
Order submitted.
What happened besides the Biden administration taking too long? NVIDIA has taken over the world. NVIDIA's even now investing.
Think of AMD, because that was your perennial rival, was AMD. I never thought it would
over
be.
that period of time. But just explain the bigger, broader picture.
Yeah, clearly, two things happen. One is, it's a long, heavy, and expensive. And I said it was 5+ years to rebuild, the technology base for Intel. We haven't even gotten there yet. 18A last week, an important milestone to that end. And then the shift of the industry to AI. And those were the two big factors that led to this being the case.
Did Intel miss it? Like, when did Intel take its eye off the ball in terms of looking towards AI? How do you kind of go back and just break down what happened?
It was a long journey, right? Intel made a set of bad decisions over 15 years. This was the rebuilding of Intel, lost technical leadership, wasn't led by technologists. for many years and rebuilding, core technology, manufacturing, supply chains, process technology. And yeah, we were late on AI as well, but this was way long decisions that were made, that put it in a difficult position. And, to the leadership of Intel today, great milestone last week, and I wish nothing but the best. This is seminally important for the nation. We need leading R&D. We need leading manufacture at scale in the U.S. for our supply chains.
So now that we're in this position, do you look at what's happening? I mean, sort of the other large question out there is, are we in some kind of AI boom, but also some would think about it in the context of it a bubble? There's a lot of leverage in the system. There's a lot of cash, but then there's a whole bunch of other folks who are trying to build these data centers, and whether there's the energy component side of it, or whether you think about the real estate component. I mean, there's just a whole lot of things happening at one time.
Yeah, and are we in an AI bubble? Of course, right? We were in an internet bubble. Of course we are. I mean, we're hyped, we're accelerating, we're putting enormous leverage into the system. That said, I don't see it ending for several years. I do think we have, an industry shift to AI, as Jensen has talked about, and I agree with this, that businesses are yet to really start materially benefiting from it. We're displacing all of the internet and the service provider industries as we think about it today. We have a long way to go.
What's the sign that would be too much for you?
Well, and what's the risk of it being too much, which I want to come back to as well. Okay. To me, there's a set of technologies on the horizon, some of which we're driving, like our snowcap, where we're promising to be 100x better in power performance. Meaning a gigawatt data center, I can do it in 10 megawatts and deliver the same AI performance. And not just snowcap, but a whole range of disruptive technologies. And I think they start materializing in the latter part of the decade. Okay. So, I do think in that sense, nothing is changing this path for several years. That said, it will change. These are radical improvements in AI efficiency that occur this year. However, today we're not chip limited, we're not capital limited, we're power limited. And against that, we have underinvested in the energy resources of the nation for a decade and a half, maybe 2 decades. So if the bubble induces us to build energy capacity, that is a really good thing, because energy capacity equals economic capacity.
The big question, though, is there enough cash on the other side? So OpenAI makes these big commitments for all of these build-outs. And the question is, are they ultimately going to have the cash to pay for it, right? I mean, that is, whether it's Anthropic or OpenAI or you name the company, is there going to be a moment? And it's not to say that Meta doesn't have the money, or Google doesn't have the money, or any of these companies don't have or Amazon doesn't have the money. But right now, shareholders seem to be applauding every time they spend more rather than less. Yeah. But there could always be a churn in the market, and the question is, could that happen, and what would the implication?
Yeah, I think fundamentally we're a couple of years away from it. I do think we're in this bubble enthusiasm. That's
but when you say a couple years away from people saying there isn't enough cash on the other side, is there? Well, I guess that's the fundamental question. Well, do the economics make sense?
Well, I think there's unquestioned energy in the economics now that will be materialized. At what point do those economic underpinnings change? And I say one of them will be the technology underpinnings. When all of a sudden I can accomplish the same with 1/10 or 1/100th the energy or capital requirements. That will be dislocated. Also at some point, we're over leveraged, right? And we're not seeing the materialization of the revenue impacts on these companies as well. But right now we're clearly seeing good economic returns, at least at the hardware level of the AI companies. So that'll be a second factor. A third factor is, how far can you go in the leverage and changing the game. Well, I think we have a couple of years to go.
What do you think of the AMD OpenAI deal? What do you think of the NVIDIA OpenAI deal?
Well, clearly the round tripping, right, of economics has, been spoken about. I'm not a financial expert in that respect, but it's a way of essentially driving somebody else to use your money to buy your products. I think the quality of those earnings clearly can't be seen as the same as somebody else putting their capital at risk. But that said, to me, it's this continuing energy of the bubble that we're in.
Bubble, yeah.
What would either make the investment that the United States made? You said it depends on whether it works, whether the fabs. how do you decide whether it works or not? What's at play there? How can I mean, we need to have them here, don't we?
Yeah, and I think some of these new investments, AI has blown the doors off technology. We're rebuilding the entire technology stack, Joe. Right, from the semiconductor processes, to new cryogenic cooling, to optics, the whole thing is being rebuilt. It's just, my only disappointment of my career as a technologist, I'm not 20 years younger. This is the most thrilling period of history to be a technologist.
So how could it get screwed up for Intel?
Yeah.
What would happen?
Well, for Intel, okay, they got to finish the job. And unless they start having third parties building their fabs, it doesn't matter. Right, the Intel products cannot support that investment by itself, and these technology disruptions. Some
Good morning.
Are, superconducting.
30 minutes until we open. NQ looks like it want to drop on a 15 minutes. Gold looks overbought as hell.
I think in this sense, the government coming in.
I've been shorting gold, but not touching NQ today.
For the government to come in if it works, and you really don't seem to know whether it's going to work or not.
I don't, right? But we need third parties. We need Qualcomm, Intel, or Qualcomm, Apple, NVIDIA, all of the major wafer consumers to come into Intel and use those fabs.
The problem
that is
critical. The government could exert pressure on them to do just that because the government has a vested interest in it. I think Andrew is asking you philosophically whether it's a good thing, not just
and then the other question is, where I was going to go with it is, do you think that the president or the government can put pressure on an Apple or somebody else to start buying chips effectively from Intel? And is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a great thing.
It's a great thing.
It's a great thing, absolutely, right? Because we need to reshore these supply chains. We need to bring these supply chains back to the U.S., period, stop. The article just last week by the Wall Street Journal about the Taiwan energy capacity, was very indicative, something we've spoken about for a couple of years. This is precarious. We have to build resilience to our supply chain, and then exerting pressure to see that occur, to me, is a good thing.
And how should we think about it? Just so the American public ultimately spending more, meaning I assume if we're doing all of this, there is going to be some kind of inflationary effect.
Right. Well, whether that's seen through the tariffs that are being put in place, right, through those, or other implications, but reshoring our supply chains is essential for the nation, right, because the dislocative effects of even a minor disruption of these supply chains far outweighs the economic implications for the nation.
It was rare earths last week that people were worried about.
To me, the big three: semiconductors, rare earths, and energy capacity.
Are we further along with semiconductors than the other two areas?
I think all three of them are at risk, right, in that regard, and require the strong hand of the government driving all three. The provocations on rare earths and the recent trade agreements, it's just a shot across the bow. The weakness in our energy capacity as a nation, we're about to come out of stealth with a new nuclear uprating company to address that.
Well, we had Exelon CEO here earlier today. His thought is that the utility companies should be allowed to own not just the lines, but also the means of powering this stuff up. Do you believe that that's the way, or do you think it has to be the government overseeing all of this to compete with China?
I think in some aspects of the energy problem, I think more is driven by less. More capacity will result from less regulation. And I think, having capacity behind the grid, relationships that are unleashing, the cloud providers and the AI providers, I think there's good there. But there's also technologies. We've underinvested in our nuclear capacity. Today, I think the number is 49 reactors under construction in China and 0 in the U.S. Right? These are dreadful numbers, right, today. We need to view economic capacity equals energy capacity, supply chain resilience equals semiconductor policy. Trade requires.
Thank you for being here. We love having you. We come on back.
Thank you, Andrew. Okay. Thank you, Becky. Thank you, Joe.
You bet. Squawk coming right back after this.
When I started Walton Goggins Goggle Glasses, I didn't know how to turn all this fancy prettiness into a classy-looking logo. But GoDaddy Aero does, with its magical AI powers. It not only creates it, it slaps that sweet thing everywhere.
our partnership. And there's a bit of a historical sticker on a race car. People don't really understand how these partnerships come together. We have kind of two types of partners, those that help us with our fans and engage our fans and bring our fans closer to our sport, and then those companies that help us develop technology, ways of working, operational excellence. Ultimately, everything drives performance in the race car, and I think that's an area that maybe people wouldn't recognize off the bat.
So when we met the first time at the track, the first one, you have those objectives that you want to reduce McLaren's footprint by half by 2030 and to get to net positive by 2040. This is the business that we are in, and that's not compromising against winning. And for me, that triggered a great thought of saying, well, we can help. We can help on fuel. How do we recycle parts of the cars? How you work as well and demonstrate we can win ultimately in a way that's good for people and planet.
CNBC's Delivering Alpha returns. A live event with exclusive access to the world's best investors. Get your tickets now at deliveringalpha.com.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Sponsored jobs on Indeed are 2.5 times faster to first hire. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Sorry about that. We'd like to try the Monster menu.
The Monster menu at BK is frightfully fun for families of all kinds.
You rule.
What makes a home your dream home? A sunny spot to garden? Lots of natural light. A place for everyone. No matter what kind of home you're looking for, it's waiting for you on Redfin. And when you find it, see it before anyone else. Book a showing right now only on Redfin. Find your dream home on Redfin, powered by Rocket.
And this happened earlier on Squawk Box this morning. JP Morgan announcing a major investment in companies that it considers crucial to U.S. interests. Former Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger said that we are in an AI bubble, but doesn't see it ending anytime soon. Bloom Energy making a $5 billion deal with Brookfield to provide the company with fuel cells for AI data centers. That's going to do it for us this morning. Yeah, God, look, we got it down to the...
Go.
Down to the second.
There's no rush. Make sure you join us tomorrow. Squawk on the Street is next.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm David Faber in Las Vegas at Oracle's AI World. Jim Cramer, where is he? Well, he's in San Francisco ahead of Dreamforce this week. And Sarah Eisen is holding down the fort back at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. This morning, I will have an exclusive with Oracle's new CEOs, Clay McGurk and Mike Cecilia. That'll be at 11 a.m. Eastern, right here, of course, on CNBC. Jim kicks off what is a big week of interviews tonight on Mad Money. He's going to spill it. I mean, you can't even name them all, but look, you can just look at the board there and see all the CEOs, including Broadcom, Salesforce, Starbucks. As for the market, well, we are up sharply in the futures after that very significant sell-off on Friday. The bond markets are closed today. Of course, it is Columbus Day. And Jim, big week ahead for you, but it was a big week or big day for the market on Friday after our show, because that is when President Trump responded to something we had mentioned at the time, namely those new restrictions on rare earths from China. And he responded with the threat of 100% tariffs. That sent the market down sharply. There may have been some other fears out there as well. We've talked, Sarah, of course, about private credit recently and concerns in certain corners of the market. So, Jim, thoughts this morning as we get started with another week, given what we saw on Friday?
I think it's still going to be the three markets. We're going to have the market as the data center, and I believe that we're seeing some news coming out about a deal with Broadcom and OpenAI. That will matter. I also think that there is a sense of just incredible speculation because of a Brookfield Bloom deal. That's the sort of budget problem with this market. But overall, Sarah, I'm looking at a market that says, okay, what happened Friday didn't really happen. It's a do-over, but most of the stocks that are in data center or regular market are not returning to where they were.
but the speculative market is far exceeding some of it because of J.P. Morgan and Jamie Dimon's idea about having trying to get rid of the risk of supply chain, which again comes down to rare earth. So you get that sense there that we've got a speculative market, and then we've got a market that is keying on tech, and then we have the regular market which isn't doing anything.
Right. I got the sense that the market had looked past the trade war, and the whole narrative was the worst of the trade headlines are over. And then, you know, the sort of angry post that we got on Friday from President Trump against China with its rare earth magnet restrictions, you know, triggered some fears that, you know, here we are again. I think the conciliatory post from President Trump over the weekend toward China, giving them an opening, certainly helps. If you do think it was China, and yes, Jim, obviously there's a broader context here, this tremendous run-up we've seen in the market, the speculative activity. But what President Trump said over the weekend, don't worry about China. He said it will all be fine. Highly respected President Xi just had a bad moment. He doesn't want depression for his country, and neither do I. The USA wants to help China, not hurt it. President DJT. So look, now there's a negotiating window until November 1st to avoid the 100% tariffs on China. And I think, Jim, the other important point here is that, you know, we are less dependent, and they are less dependent on us. I don't know if you saw overnight the Chinese export and import data, but Chinese exports to the U.S. dropped 27%. So already the big companies that you and I talk to are lessening their dependence on China's supply chain. So 100% tariffs on China, you might not want to see it, but it's less impactful than it was a year ago or several years ago.
Look, there's no doubt about
the question, though, also becomes one of, sorry, guys, I mean, Jim, what about the leverage here? I mean, we've been talking a lot about China versus the U.S. We'll continue to, I would assume, in terms of trying to assess the leverage each side has in these ongoing negotiations. I mean, Sarah brings up the point, Chinese exports have obviously increased, not decreased. Their consumer, we know, is still relatively weak. They've been hoping for and depending on significant growth in domestic consumption to help fuel their economy to a certain extent. We have chips they want. They have rare earths that we want. I just do wonder, when you think about it from a leverage standpoint, particularly given the president's history in terms of using leverage when he does these kinds of negotiations, he's in a better position.
Well, it's almost as if when we started this trade war, we didn't realize that they had a monopoly in rare earth because they had driven the price of rare earth minerals down so much that we couldn't find them here without breaking whatever company was doing it. If it weren't for rare earth, I think it would be scorched earth. Because I think that
NQ
this
is
is the one
pumping.
area it doesn't have. Obviously, it's a big rush to get everything done. And it's interesting, David, because I know that you're out there with Oracle. While we've been talking, there's been an announcement about a very big deal between Broadcom and, once again, OpenAI, which a lot of people feel is either at the heart of the bubble or at the heart of the next industrial revolution.
NQ just went long.
I know, and you're right, and we should get to it. Of course, we've been showing viewers Broadcom stock, which obviously won't open for another 25 minutes or so, but is looking up substantially. Let's give you the details on it. They're talking about a collaboration of 10 gigawatts of custom AI accelerators. OpenAI designing these accelerators and systems. They'll be developed and deployed in partnership with Broadcom. Essentially their own chips and systems for OpenAI that they can embed, and again, I'm reading from developing frontier models and products directly into the hardware. Now, as opposed to that NVIDIA deal, which captured the market's imagination a couple of weeks back, there's no money changing hands here. And it's different, obviously, than the Oracle deal, which has never been fully confirmed, but which news reports have some $300 billion in terms of building compute for OpenAI, essentially, over the next 5 years. This is for them to develop their own chips, conceivably, I would think, to bring down the overall cost, because as you well know, cost per token is sort of a key thing we're watching here in terms of these LLMs and the like, and they got to bring their costs down if they're ever going to hit the kind of numbers they need to deal with how much they've got going out the door and how much the losses are ultimately going to be, at least in the near term.
Well, look, I'm glad I have Greg Brockman, OpenAI co-founder and president, and I also have Charlie Callis, who's the Broadcom president, in a few minutes to be able to talk more about this deal. Sarah, you talk to a lot of people, you talk to a lot of bankers, and you know that what's happening here is OpenAI, without having any real money in to be able to make these deals, continues to make them. I believe also, I can't wait to speak to Oracle and David because they continue to make them. At the heart of all this is either a belief that this whole thing is precipitating the giant bubble. This is separate from the raw earth mineral bubble. Or it's you, as OpenAI said over and over again, hey, get with it. This is an industrial revolution, and the people who move first win. I don't know, Sarah. I heard Pat Gelsinger talk earlier about how it's all a bubble, but Pat's out.
I don't know.
These guys are in.
Order
I think
submitted.
that the guys who are in are driving it, and if they have the money, they're going to take it.
Here's the case against the bubble that I hear actually from a lot of people that I trust. It's not being driven by irrational speculation, right? Well, we don't know exactly. I mean, and I guess it hasn't been proven to be profitable growth ultimately, but it is being driven by fundamental growth. And if you look, definitely OpenAI is at the heart of it, but if you look in the public market at the companies that are at the heart of it, it's dominated by a few incumbents that have very strong balance sheets and very strong growth, Jim, and that to me that's the best case against it, the whole bubble mentality. But I do. It is notable that OpenAI is at the center of a lot of these deals, and that's not a public company; it's a private company.
Submitted.
And they're crafting these increasingly creative deals, as you mentioned, because they're not profitable. They need to spend a ton of capital.
You're absolutely right. I mean, look, I think that the bubble analysis has a lot to do with, boy, if we really get into the nitty-gritty that David's more familiar with than anybody, well, it was about fiber and about lighting fiber and be able to connect the internet. But there was far less demand than there was supply of fiber. Here, if you listen to OpenAI, there's a great podcast.
Yeah, I'm just shorting gold, just in and out, trying to make some money.
Hard businessman, not a guy who's part of a bubble. It's about demand. They cannot meet demand no matter how quickly they put up things. They cannot meet demand. Now, David, doesn't dignify it versus
gold is moving like crazy.
Without a doubt, I think, but that continues to be the key question. I mean, all the leaders in this arena. And it's funny because, as you might imagine, in preparing for my interview that'll be a couple hours from now, going back and looking at things that Larry Ellison has said most recently on the earnings call from Oracle, the tsunami that is coming, the fact that inference is going to be far larger than training models in terms of what that's going to require for compute and so many other things. And then so many other leaders in this business who are absolutely 100% committed to the idea that this is life-changing in every way. Jim, they don't question that, but what the revenue picture is going to look like, what it's going to look like in terms of what the enterprise ultimately is doing and what they're spending, what the consumer applications are going to be. I mean, we still don't obviously know. We only know that they all believe if you build it, they will come. And we continue to see this sort of positive circular motion upward, essentially, as everybody invests more and more, particularly OpenAI, which now has commitments, the likes of over $1 trillion in these coming years in terms of building out its compute, now designing its own chips with Broadcom and the like. And just to come back to the power side of it, 10 gigawatts. I mean, I'm just making sure I remember this. You can't even begin to imagine. It's 876,000 homes, 1 gigawatt.
Right.
So if you 10 gigawatts, I mean, it's 9 million homes you're powering. That's, that's the enormity of what we're talking about here.
That's
in terms
the gating
of the power
factor.
needs, which is how all this is measured. Yeah.
That is the gating factor. The one thing I'm going to differ with you, David, and I hate different with you, but I think if you build authority there, and that's the difference. And I think you're going to, like, when you talk to Oracle, I think they're going to say, they're there. I mean, we got to meet this demand because everybody wants the fourth industrial revolution. And if that's the case, when you speak to Mike and Clay, I think what they're going to say is, look, we can't build them fast enough. We wish we had enough power. We'll get enough power. The power grid's going to have to grow 5%. People are going to have to realize this is coming. We need nuclear. Because, David, I don't know, it all sounds fanciful. At the same time, if you listen to Jensen Huang, who is the godfather of this move, he cannot meet demand. And if you can't meet demand, what do? You just say, you know what, it's a bubble, I'm not going to take your orders? Is that what you're supposed to do? Pat Gelsinger, former CEO of Intel, are you supposed to say to him, I'm not taking those orders? You know why? Because it's a bubble. How can that be just? Did you just say, hey, I'm not taking those orders? It's fanciful.
But I think, David, what you're saying is never before has so much money been spent so rapidly on an unproven profit, right? an unproven profit engine.
Yes. I mean, I think we have to wait and see. There seems to be no doubt in terms of the confidence of all the important business leaders that will be there, Sarah, but you're right. And by the way, NVIDIA, of course, you know, those 80% profit margins that it has, that's where it makes so many things so much more expensive here, ultimately, when you're talking about the data center. And that's why so much of the value so far has gone to a certain extent towards NVIDIA's share price and its market cap that exceeds $4.5 trillion as we get started with trading this morning. By the way, speaking of NVIDIA and trade and China, rare earth stocks rallying this morning from the view from China on President Trump's tariffs message. We're going to get to Eunice Yoon, who's in Beijing and can fill us in and sort of what the response has been over there. Eunice.
Thanks, David. Well, after getting a very strong reaction from the U.S., the Chinese are defending their newly expanded rare earth curbs. China firmly opposes this. So, in other words, from China's perspective, Beijing is merely matching what Washington is already doing. The Chinese have also said that they are going to take countermeasures against President Trump's threat of 100% tariffs. The Commerce Ministry over the weekend said that they pledged to take, quote, corresponding measures. At the same time, the Chinese appear to be trying to mitigate some of the negative response. The ministry had said that those curbs do not equate to a ban. There is speculation, though, as you could imagine, about why the Chinese would make this decision at a time when there are ongoing...
Yeah, I need gold to drop because I'm pretty red on gold.
And also when President Xi and President Trump are supposed to meet or expected to meet at the end of this month at APEC. One line of thinking has been that the Chinese want to use this as additional pressure in order to get Washington to give them more of what they want, so more an extraction of concessions. And then there's another line of thinking that possibly the conversations are really not going very well and that this is just re-escalation. Guys?
Eunice, tomorrow on the show from Washington, I'll have Ambassador Greer, who's the U.S. trade rep, who I'm very eager to talk to about all of this. You know, ahead of
yes,
those,
please. That's great.
100% tariffs. Yeah, on China, Jameson Greer tomorrow, Money Movers. But I want to ask you just on the question we were discussing was leverage that China has here. So as I understand it, they have 70% of the rare earth magnet market, 90% though of finishing or processing. Can you just tell us about that and how important and critical it is for the U.S. defense industry, for instance?
Well, China definitely dominates the rare earth industry and has a lot of influence in this particular sector. But I think when you're talking about leverage, it kind of goes beyond rare earths, though, of course, that is one important leverage point. From an economic standpoint, I mean, I heard you just talking about the trade numbers. You could see how China is trying to move away from its reliance on the United States. The export numbers beat expectations, but also what was interesting is that the direct shipments to the U.S. dropped to 10% of overall China's total exports. So that's on the economic front. And then when you're talking about influence, I think the Chinese have been very good at figuring out what is important to President Trump politically. So the conversation before was about the trade deficit, it was about fentanyl, but now it's kind of moved to rare earths, which he had mentioned was something important, and also to soybeans. The soybean imports here hit a record, and none of them are coming from the United States. And those are issues that are important to President Trump politically back home.
Eunice, of course, the farmers who have the soybean crop here, accustomed to selling a lot of that to China, are wondering exactly what the future holds for them. Eunice Yoon in Beijing for us as well. All right, we got some big guests coming up here on CNBC in the next couple of hours. We just spent some time, of course, talking about that new deal for designing custom chips for OpenAI. Broadcom going to be a partner of the company. We are going to be joined by Greg Brockman, who is OpenAI's president, co-founder and president, and Charlie Kawwas, the Broadcom president as well. They will join us shortly. And then later on this morning, I will also be joined by the two new CEOs at Oracle, right here, of course, at Oracle's AI World in Vegas. Mike Sicilian and Clay McGurk. That's coming up after this break.
You buy low, sell high, jump on that trend, ride the wave. Stop. That's not how investing works. Wealth isn't won in a bet. Luck is not a strategy, and success demands discipline. You're serious about investing, right?
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time for Corient.
Today's digital world is full of risks. I present to you the world's most protected business.
Creed, we have AT&T Dynamic Defense.
It prevents malicious threats. How are people supposed to get in? There's no door.
Somebody say door? Light them up, Bobby. My man.
Never miss a moment.
Are we going to make the sportswear and the sneakers in this country ever?
The hurdle is not the ability to manufacture, it's the material sourcing.
You have to position yourself like it's October 99. All the ingredients are in place for some kind of a blow-off.
We have to find a nuanced strategy that allows America to win AI developers around the world and win AI markets around the world.
Sorry about that. We'd like to try the monster menu.
The monster menu at BK is frightfully fun for families of all kinds.
You rule.
When buying a coffee, you want to pay right away. But buying tickets to Paris, that's when you probably pay later. With the Klarna card, debit is the default, and pay later is there for when you need it. Choose how it works.
Order filled.
Right in the
Order,
app.
order,
Klarna card makes sure you stay in control. Always with clear terms, no annual fees, or credit impact to apply. That's smart. That's Klarna.
To throw the best tailgates in Texas, you need the highest quality beef.
Just got out my short. That was nice.
Cutters like me.
And me. We hand cut and grind fresh beef 7 days a week.
High quality beef and custom cuts. No one does tailgating like
Order
AT&T.
submitted. Order
10 minutes till
submitted.
the open, and things are definitely calmer out there today. Dow futures up 400 after, remember, Friday they slid 900 points. S&P and NASDAQ having its worst day since April. We saw an almost 4% decline in the NASDAQ. Things look set to rebound, at least partly, this morning. Coming up on the show, the presidents of OpenAI and Broadcom joining us on their multi-billion-dollar deal announced this morning. But first, a West Coast edition of Cramer's Mad Dash as we count you down to the opening bell. Don't go anywhere.
Behind this family's financial future is their advisor, helping them grow their wealth and share it across generations. And behind their advisor are Vanguard's institutional quality bond funds, powered by smart, repeatable strategies. Fact is, 90% of Vanguard's active bond funds outperformed their peers over the last 10 years.
We can get behind that.
Are you backed by institutional quality bond funds? Vanguard, discipline that delivers.
What makes a Medicare supplement insurance plan, like an AARP Medicare supplement insurance plan from United Healthcare, a good choice for people on Medicare? It's smart for you to have now.
I'm 65.
And later on, for the future you.
I'm 70-ish.
It's really smart.
Hey, looking good. You made a great choice for us.
With this type of plan, see any doctor or visit any hospital that accepts Medicare patients. There are no networks. Your healthcare future will have more freedom.
I kept our doctor, and when I needed a specialist, no referrals needed, right? Bingo.
In fact, see any doctor anywhere in the U.S. Really smart to have when you travel.
When I visit this little cutie in Arizona,
Order filled.
my plan
Order
goes with
submitted.
me. Grandkids! I can't wait.
Don't worry about surprise medical bills either. You'll know up front about how much your care will cost. And knowing your expenses makes planning your financial future easier.
Order filled.
I'm glad my husband and I can use our savings to do the things we want to do. I'm glad I don't have to shop for a new plan every year.
That's right. Once you enroll, your coverage is guaranteed for as long as you keep this plan. Have questions? Call United Healthcare now to talk with a licensed insurance agent or producer. They know a lot about what makes these plans smart now and really smart later. Or just ask for this free guide, benefits and rates in one place, so it's easy to compare options. Year to year, 94% of members renew their plan. And Medicare supplement plans with the AARP name are the only Medicare supplement plans endorsed by AARP, meeting their high standards of service and quality. So give United Healthcare a call today and set yourself and your future self up with an AARP Medicare supplement plan from United Healthcare.
Winnie, look at
Order
you.
filled.
Thanks again for looking out for me. We're in this
Order
together.
submitted.
An AARP Medicare supplement plan from United Healthcare. Smart now, really smart later.
Wednesday, financial experts, investors, and policymakers gather in D.C. for critical conversations on America's economy. CNBC's Invest in America Forum. Learn
Order
more at
submitted. Order
cnbcevents.com/invest.
filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order filled. Order
All right,
submitted.
it's time now for Kramer's
Order
Mad
filled.
Dash, of course, as
Order
we count down an
submitted.
opening bell. I don't know that we've ever done a Vegas to San Francisco Mad Dash. I know we've done them cross-country a number of times, Jim. And appropriately for where you are, you want to talk a bit about Intel. I did notice a downgrade from B of A today. Better balance sheet, but not necessarily a better pipeline is one of the leads of their report.
Well, I think that they had to go from a hold to a sell. I don't know what else they could do, but I do point out that Intel, and I think there's a level of where you just say, you know, I like this, too far, too fast. I mean, this stock has doubled during a period when the company's gotten cash. They needed the cash, as you know, David, just to be able to operate. I keep thinking about the interview with Pat Gelsinger that happened previous to us,
Look at
the
those.
fired
Holy
CEO,
cow.
who I think destroyed the balance sheet. They had to bring it back. But does a balance sheet make a great stock? I think not. This makes sense. You know, we got Western Digital up huge. We got Seagate up huge. We have Micron up huge. We have all the Lam Researches, all the DRAMs, Applied Materials up huge. This one's not going to participate. And David, I think it makes sense because it already participated.
Yeah, I mean, and to their point at B of A at least, which did downgrade to an underperform, as you noted, they say at the current share price, it's implying, 22 times calendar year 27 PE multiples based on a $10 billion revenue upside to that price, and we're still talking a couple of years out.
Right. I mean, I think the Lip Bhutan is a miracle worker. He was former venture capitalist who did a lot, and he's turned Cadence around, which was monsters. But I would say, David, the one thing that we have to keep track of is not everybody in tech is going to do great. Not everybody. Now, I know that Jensen from NVIDIA thought this partnership's very important. But, David, you're with the key people with Oracle. I'm with some key people with OpenAI, and Intel's been left out.
Yeah, well, speaking of course, you're going to be with Greg Brockman and Charlie Kawas of Broadcom and OpenAI, respectively, both presidents of those important organizations. Our viewers already probably aware that Broadcom shares are up sharply on this new deal they've just announced with OpenAI, and they will be our guests. Got an opening bell just a few minutes away. We'll also, by the way, hear from, well, I just said it, of course, those presidents of both of those organizations. From Vegas, I'm still David Faber trying to figure it out over here. We got a lot more Squawk on the Street for you straight ahead.
Overtime's about understanding what just happened in the markets that day and preparing for tomorrow. I'm looking to talk to sophisticated investors, beginning investors. I'm always learning.
Closing bell overtime, weekdays 4 Eastern.
All right, I'm back. Got
Streaming
2
on
minutes
CNBC
left.
Plus.
For the best tailgates in Texas, you need the highest quality beef and HEB certified meat cutters like me.
And meat. As experts in all things meat, we hand cut and grind fresh beef 7 days a week.
Need a custom order for game day? We'll make the cut.
We'll even tell you the best way to cook, season, and serve it up.
High quality beef and custom cuts. No one does tailgating like HEB. One more reason that
At my HEB, here, everything's better.
I got something coming up.
This fall, get ready to think fast and eat faster at Raising Cane's. With hand-battered and cooked-to-order chicken fingers. So grab a box combo and catch.
My name's Chad Powers.
The two most powerful words in the world that we know are, what if? And today, thousands of organizations are saying, what if? With the power to act on those words like never before. What if you could empower every employee with a limitless digital workforce? One that listens, learns, and acts all day, every day. Well, this isn't some far-fetched science fiction fantasy anymore. No, it's happening right now with AI from Salesforce. It's called Agent Force. Agent Force turns your vision into reality. Think about it, a future where every student, client, citizen, and customer experiences the best service possible. And your people? Well, now they're free to focus on the work that matters most. All you have to do is bring your dream. Imagine that. What if?
Nuveen invests with the foresight and vision to anticipate the needs of future generations.
Oh, go
to build
drop.
Strong portfolios
Open or something,
that
man.
deliver lasting legacies. To innovate and adapt for what's just around
I'm
the
sure
corner.
go at 409.
Because after 125 years of yesterdays, Nuveen knows your ultimate stakeholder is tomorrow. Nuveen, invest like the future is watching.
The opening bell is brought to you by Nuveen. Invest like the future is watching.
The opening bells and the CNBC
Go
real-time
is like
exchange here
off
at the
the
big
hook.
board, about to ring the
Holy
opening
cow.
bell. It's FactSet.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
Over at the NASDAQ, it's Exelon celebrating the company's 25th anniversary, and it does look like
Order submitted.
calmer and higher across the board. Released perhaps
Oh,
to some
drop it.
after the worst sell-off on Friday for the S&P and the NASDAQ since Liberation Day, early April. And there's the opening bell. You know, we should mention, Jim, that we are still in the middle of a government shutdown. I didn't see any movement toward trying to fix this or reopen the government over the weekend as President Trump is in Jerusalem today announcing the historic peace deal with the 20 hostages being returned home to their families. But, you know, we don't get the government data, but we are going to get a lot of Fed speak this week, and we're also going to get bank earnings, which kick off tomorrow. JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, Citi, Goldman Sachs are all going to be reporting.
Yeah, look, I'm glad you mentioned what I regard as the real
Oh,
economy,
baby,
the real
drop this
stocks,
home.
because we tend to forget that there's a huge
Order
part of
filled.
the GDP and
Order
a huge part of
filled.
the S&P that has nothing to do with the things we've been talking about. And the fact is that we didn't even
Order
mention
filled.
that President Trump had an historic meeting today with the Knesset. We didn't mention that JP Morgan has this $1.5 trillion initiative. And we haven't talked about the government shutdown because I think
Order
there's
submitted.
no movement whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm
It's
not playing
incredible.
NQ. I'm playing Go right now. Go is nice.
Can't do it or not getting done in the country right now.
Yeah, and you wonder where the sense of urgency is going to come from, because it sounds like President Trump is going to make special exceptions so that the military gets paid.
Order
that October
filled.
15th deadline.
Order filled. Order
for folks in
filled.
the military not getting paid. It doesn't look like there's a lot of common ground. So,
Order
you know,
filled.
as far as
Go.
how investors are looking at all that, we're supposed to get a CPI report this week. That's going to be delayed into next week. They're going to call the staff back to get the CPI
Order
report.
submitted.
But that's going to be an important input for the Federal Reserve. Its next meeting is October 29th. We'll hear from Fed Chair Powell tomorrow at the National Association of Business Economists meeting.
That's a good drop on
I don't
Go.
know what more he can say at this point, because we're not getting the sort of. It was already an uncertain time on what
Order
was happening
submitted.
with the labor market and what was happening with inflation. And I think it's
Order
less certain now,
canceled.
especially Jim. And I
Order
do wonder
filled.
if this fed into the sell-off
Order
on Friday.
submitted.
Word that the shutdown is is actually going to spiral into more permanent layoffs, federal layoffs, and what that might do to an already fragile labor market.
I think you're right, Sarah. I mean, the press this weekend was basically that we are can't whistle past this graveyard. That there's absolutely a this can accelerate the slowdown that a lot of people saw. David, I think that there are many people who think that this market is levitating on absolutely no positive news whatsoever. You're at one of the places, and I'm at one of the places which would refute that. What are you feeling about it?
Well, I mean, there's an enormous amount of money being spent and promised to fuel the future of AI and what that's going to mean overall for our economy and our society. We've talked a lot about that, and we'll continue to at the desk with Carl every morning as well. Jim, I don't know. I mean, when you talk about positives, we mentioned Bloom very briefly at the top, but it's worth coming back to because it's yet another example, of course, of the enthusiasm around AI and one of the key, perhaps the most important part of it, which is providing the power necessary for all of those data centers that are running all of not just the training models, but what is going to be large, even more significant inference as well for this AI revolution. And there's Bloom. It's the first investment being made from the large alternative asset manager Brookfield. They have a dedicated AI infrastructure strategy. It's a $5 billion partnership is what they're calling it, Jim. And Bloom is a company that has fuel cells, and they, they can make sure that the data center doesn't have any interruption in power, for example. And so it's being incorporated into sort of what they're talking about at Brookfield in terms of their own
Thank you. Wow.
The fuel cell technology and their own AI factories that Brookfield is involved with building. So, I mean, there it is yet again. We watched Broadcom shares come off a bit from at least what it looked like in the pre-market, but there's a stock adding almost 25% of its market value in one morning.
Well, Broadcom is a huge company, as you often talk about, David, and I'm thrilled to have two people to be able to discuss a partnership that this morning, it's a co-development to do custom chips as well as 10 gigawatt deployment. We got to find out a little more of the deployment, but first, we have to talk about the custom chips. Joining us now first on CNBC is OpenAI co-founder and president Greg Brockman. Spoke with him last week, and Broadcom president Charlie Kawas. Charlie's going to be able to speak to a lot of stuff that we don't have to be able to speak to, and I think that this is in particular his bailiwick. I want to start immediately by going to you, Greg. You've announced big deals with AMD. You announced a very big deal with NVIDIA. Why do you need still one more deal?
Order filled. Well, first of all, thanks for having me back. The way I think about this is we need way more compute power than we are still on trajectory to build. And so I think that there's a whole industry that still needs to be created in terms of how to have both the power and the computational power available to power the AI revolution that we see coming. And so part of what we're looking for here, part of what we've been working with Charlie and his team on, is how to actually build chips that are customized for specific workloads so that we can take our knowledge of how to build the AI models and combine it with the best possible way of implementing that into silicon.
Excellent. Charlie, welcome aboard here. I've not met you. One of the things that I think people are skeptical about is the idea that still one more company has to be involved because there's just so much demand. And I know your company as being about maybe the most hard-nosed company in Silicon Valley. I think that's fine. I joke with Hawk about that. But the fact is that your company is not idly thinking, we're going to do this thing, no money's exchanged, but we're confident that OpenAI is going to exist. Will you please dispel a narrative which just says that this man and his company are spending like drunken sailors and it doesn't matter what they do because build it if they come. Whereas I know Broadcom is saying we better meet this darn demand or else we're going to be left behind.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Jim, thank you for having us here. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here with you and Greg. At Broadcom, actually, we've been building and enabling the AI infrastructure for over a decade. So it's not new experience for us. But what's exciting here with Greg and the team is we're actually having a very unique collaboration. As you said, it's a co-development. And actually what I call a trifecta. So the first thing that we do is exactly that custom AI accelerator or custom GPU or XPU.
That's a nice short on NQ though. It dumped that open.
The second piece that we put together is the network. You need to connect all of these XPUs so that you actually can scale them. And one of the coolest things that we do is it's based on open standard Ethernet networking. And the best thing that comes on top of this is the software. And that's where Greg and Sam and the team come together. So when we combine all of these things together and we fine-tune them, we actually create the best AI platform that delivers the highest performance at really unprecedented power, as you were saying, and cost. And so we're very excited about this. We've been doing this for a while with Greg and I. We actually talk about it multiple times a week, and we see this happening.
All right, so Greg, I want people to understand that there's an NVIDIA deal that NVIDIA gave you $100 billion. I know a lot of people are thinking, there was a previous guest, Pat Gelsinger, who was saying, oh yeah, you give them 100, you give them big money, they then give you the same thing, the circular deal analysis. But I've now heard a second deal that had nothing to do whatsoever with the NVIDIA infusion, other than the fact that NVIDIA is making a good bet on what I think is a company that could be worth a couple trillion.
Yeah, I mean, the way that we think about this is that I think actually figuring out how to build this compute is extremely difficult, and it's going to require financing in different mechanisms. And so we've really been going to the industry to say, hey, how can we possibly get ahead of this sort of avalanche of demand we see coming our way?
Avalanche of demand, not hoping for avalanche, but avalanche.
We are currently being swept along by the avalanche.
It's like between last month and this month, how much more business do you have?
Quite a lot. So, I mean, first of all, Sora did not exist a month ago. And it's now the number.
Sora's pretty cool. I've been playing with it.
Oh, I'm glad to hear it. It's so much fun. It's so much fun. And I think it just shows you how quickly these AI products get adopted, right? It's like we've never seen growth like this. So ChatGPT was the fastest growing consumer app in history, but actually Sora is now even faster than that.
Incredible. Well, it was easy to download. My colleague David Faber has a question.
Yeah, I guess I'd come to you first, Greg. And you know, my question is simply, is this going to reduce the cost per token over time?
Order
filled. Podcast I think you guys have just done to sort of explain the deal as well. You talk about it leading to much better performance, faster models, and cheaper models. Is that sort of the goal here?
Well, I think of it in two dimensions. So first of all, we definitely are decreasing the cost of each token at a fixed level of intelligence. And we've been doing that for years, but having our own accelerator that's really tuned for specific workloads will let us really accelerate that, get more power efficiency, everything that you'd want. But even more importantly, we will be able to serve even smarter models. And so what you actually really want is you almost want the amount of dollars that people will spend on AI to increase because it's cheaper to get to the same level, and you just want way more of it. You can actually reach new heights in order to solve new kinds of problems that were totally impossible otherwise.
And you know, on this again podcast, I just referenced Sam Altman discussed 10 gigawatts, incremental gigawatts on top of what you're already doing with other partners. It's a gigantic amount of capacity. Is it going to be there for you? I always wonder on the power side of this in particular, given that's how you actually describe the size of these efforts, will it be there for you?
Canceled.
And can you just put in perspective
Order
what we're talking
submitted.
about?
Like, go want to move back up again.
In terms of the time and effort that will take.
Well, the way to think about this is I think we are embarking on the largest infrastructure build in history. Right, I think that the kind of infrastructure that everyone is building, it really makes programs like the Apollo program almost small in comparison, which is a really wild statement, but it makes sense because the economic return is there, because this is really going to be the underpinning of our future economy and is already showing the promise and benefit to people's lives. And in terms of actually producing this power, I think that the power industry is one that's in America is actually very slow to update to demand. The growth there has been very slow over time. And we've been spending a lot of time talking to executives, talking to these companies saying that, hey, we need far more power than has been planned for. We're starting to see the response in the market, but our view has been for the past couple of years, we see this wave coming, and we've spent years really trying to say, what is the way to increase every single part of the supply chain? So this deal is part of that, of trying to say, let's build chips that are tuned for workloads, that are more power efficient, but also how do we have every single part of the supply chain respond to the demand that we see?
Now, Charlie, we're talking about the biggest joint industrial project in human history.
Correct. Something
that exceeds far versus what, say, the highway system, the interstate highway system. there's a lot of incredulous behavior saying, wait a second, we can't build all the nuclear power plants, we can't build all the natural gas plants. When you set out to figure out whether you want to be involved and embark on this joint venture, does anyone in the organization say, you know what, it's too early, why don't we just wait?
I'll tell you what, everybody in the organization we have, and we have about 15,000 engineers working on this, are super excited about this. Now, let me tell you why using our engineers. 3 years ago, we said, could this AI tool help us in our daily job as engineers? We said, let's do a proof of concept. We took about a dozen engineers. The result was good. Last year, we said, you know what? Let's take a couple of projects.
You hear me?
Applied it to a couple of projects. We put tens of engineers now.
No?
And you
Yes,
know what?
maybe?
The result is actually impressive.
I'm doing really good,
this
man.
year,
Trading
we're actually
Go
going
all
to
morning
fully
and last
adopt this,
night.
And we expect productivity
Order
for
filled.
our engineering team to be 20 to 30%. So imagine if you have
Order
10,000
filled.
I
engineers,
traded
and now
since
suddenly you use these
5:30
smarter
this morning,
tools that
just
are
trading Go. I
optimized.
don't want to mess with
You
NQ.
can
It's
get
too
10
hard.
to 20% more
But
productivity.
each
Order
single
filled.
engineer being kind of have his own assistant going from 100 to 120%?
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So you will use
What a bot caught a good
these
long, 100
custom
points long.
accelerators
Order submitted.
and the networking and the AI cluster,
Yeah,
as well as obviously
yeah.
the software to, for example,
Order
for code
canceled.
assist. And once you apply
Order
that,
submitted.
you get so much better productivity. So instead
Yeah,
of
it's just,
a key
it's going to be
architect
hard for the
sitting
bot
down
because it
and
ran up
spending time
700
on doing
points right at
verification
open
or testing,
from
we
pre-market
actually can take
last
his
night.
time
So
or her time to actually
I'm
write
going to
smarter
Go
code
only.
and let these
banking hard on
agentic
Go.
machines do a lot of the stuff for us.
Get me
And
that
so
payout,
it's going
baby.
to
Let's
change
go.
the way we actually work and
Suck
live,
it,
and
ain't
that's
you,
why
anyway.
we're
Order
excited
filled.
about it. And we're seeing this journey. Just like you said, the railroads took a century to build, right? The internet took 30 plus years to build. This is going to take many, many years, probably a couple of decades.
Order filled.
But we will see smarter and better capabilities going back to the trifecta, the custom compute, the network, and the stack that we're co-engineering together.
Software engineering
Touch
really
the
has changed
hostage
already
account.
this year, just over
Touch
the
the
course
other
of
one.
the past 12 months. It's just night and day. And I think that now if you're not using AI as a software engineer, you are just far less productive. We see this internally, that the difference between people who use AI and don't, that there's like a 70% gap. Like these numbers
it's
are
up to you,
real.
man.
We see it in the productivity stats.
I just got my point number
But
7
we're
on
starting to see that
Ticktick,
across
so
every endeavor
a couple
of
more, I
human
get my little
business.
$2,000
Even for
payout.
designing our own
Fuck
chip,
yeah.
we applied our AI to it, and we would actually have incurred like a month schedule slip if we didn't do that.
David, you have a question?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, actually, on this whole subject of timing and how quickly things are moving, Charlie, you guys have been working on this already for 18 months.
Trade
so
Go, but trade
quickly can you start to actually
MGC,
deploy
not the actual mini,
these
the
chips?
micro.
So you're right. We've been working on this for a while, David, and we're expecting to deploy this in a year from now. So
Yeah, I've been
second
shorting
half of
Go.
next year,
What's
we
up,
would
man?
expect this to start being
I need
deployed.
3
And
more,
on
I
that
get my
note,
payout in this
actually, Greg and I
Tick-Tick. I'm so
decided to bring a
excited.
gift
Our first
and give it to
payout, if I
Jim.
can get it.
This is
For this straight to
actually,
Funded Plus.
a 3D model of the chip that we're working on. And by the way, the reason that it's so cool, by the way, this is
I
a
know.
toy, so you can get to play with that.
Order
You can
filled.
actually build and
Go is
customize
doing
your
good,
own
though.
chip for mad money. And then you can come back to us and we can build it for you.
Order
so
submitted.
This is a gift for you.
I'm not going to just
Order
look at it. I'm
filled.
probably going to sleep with
I think
it.
I should be done with
Enjoy it, but
Tradeday
David,
Cup.
just to come
Only up
back to this,
1,600.
we are
Need
actually
more.
Yes.
at this point in time
Size down.
pretty much done
Order
with the design.
submitted.
We're expecting
Yeah,
the parts fairly
I should
shortly,
be
and
at
this
least
will be
top
in
7
production
after
in less
this.
than 12 months
Hopefully
from
everybody
today.
felt
Order
it.
filled.
NQ was just chopping though.
I just
Order
want to follow up on
submitted.
the supply chain as it gets made. Like these, I
Order
know the supply
filled.
chain for these AI chips can be really complex. Do you depend at all on China and
Order
rare earth
canceled.
elements
Order
in the
submitted.
manufacturing of this, since that's front and center in investors' minds, and we're worried about now
Yeah,
China
I'm not
cutting that
touching
off?
NQ.
Yeah,
I don't
on
know
our
what's
side,
going on.
no,
Hey,
no,
buddy.
Actually, my previous job before this job was the COO, and it was during
Morning,
COVID.
sunshine.
And so what
make
we've
some
done
money.
actually
Order
for the
filled.
supply chain of these platforms, we've actually built them now to be
Order
a global
submitted.
platform
Fucking
that's
bot
adaptable,
NQ is
just
getting wrecked.
given what we learned from COVID. So we're actually able to now
I'm
build
fading
this
the
in
bot
multiple
on
places.
gold.
We're actually building our own factory in Singapore, which we announced about a couple of years ago, which the
I'm
purple
too scared to
piece,
trade
as
NQ
well
at
as the
this
green
range because
piece
it's gonna be
that,
weird, so I can
Jim
switch
is
to
gonna have here,
Go and just
will
short.
be done actually
I
in
got my
Singapore, for
7
example.
points now on
I'm
Tick-Tick,
not
so I need
worried
3
about
more
this.
to get my
Actually, we have
payout.
full confidence in the supply chain and the resilient supply chain that we've built over the last 5-6 years.
I feel like every time I call Charlie, he's in a different part of the world securing some additional capacity.
David, you went in again?
Thanks, Jim. Charlie, I just wanted to follow up from an investor perspective, obviously, and for our audience. I think it was your last earnings conference call. Your CEO, Hock Tan, mentioned, I believe, a $10 billion order. There was a lot of speculation at that time that it might be OpenAI.
Order submitted.
This deal would seem different than that. So my question is,
Today's the last day for 75K. Gambit, you want to grab it for the
what he
tournament.
was talking about, or whether it was in fact a reference to this deal?
So, David, I would love to take a $10 billion PO from my good friend Greg. He has not given me that PO yet, so I hope that answers the question.
All right, so just to finish it up, I got to tell you, Greg, you said something really incredible in this podcast that David has referenced. Intelligence is the fundamental
save my
driver
Tradeday
of the
funding.
economy.
I
I
almost
think
blew that
people
last week.
don't seem to understand. This isn't so easy to process for people who are not there. We can't think about our brain doing more because our brain is capped. But you're talking about our brain doing far more, and therefore we may be doing things that we don't, that we've never dreamed of, which therefore would mean we need everything that you guys are building.
Order filled.
Yeah, Steve Jobs had this famous quote that a computer is a bicycle for the
Order
mind.
filled.
And I think that AI is almost like a rocket ship for the mind, right? I think that we are able to go places, solve problems that are just totally impossible. And I think people are seeing this already, right? That if you use ChatGPT into your daily
I'm on
life,
6 now, but I
you're
just
able to
finished
solve
today, so I'll be on
problems, right?
7.
Sort of
Just
do more
you
of
finish,
whatever it is that
we'll
you
be in the
want to
same.
accomplish. And I think that ChatGPT and AI generally is really meant for humans to achieve goals and to achieve things that we would not be able to otherwise.
Well, to me, that's a necessity, not an option. I want to thank Greg Brockman, OpenAI co-founder and president, Charlie Kawas, Broadcom president.
Too strong.
2 things. One, I want to thank you for my Mad Money design, which finally explains what we have to do.
Yeah,
And
all-time high,
Tan
like
on
every 5
tonight,
minutes.
A man whom I frankly revere, who built Broadcom into a $1 trillion company and has been
It's been doing that for like almost a year now, so it wouldn't matter.
And Broadcom is at the top of the S&P
does
right
what
now.
it wants.
Best performer, up 8% on this news, Jim. I'm looking forward to a lot more from you. Coming up tomorrow on Money Movers, the economy and tariffs front and center. Do not miss interviews. I mentioned U.S. Trade Representative Jamison Greer will join us. ECB President Christine Lagarde also joining us, 11 a.m. Eastern. That is a CNBC exclusive. Take another look at the markets as we head to break. Again, we're higher today. We're calmer. We're not making up all of Friday's losses, but certainly feels better with the S&P up 1.25%. Only healthcare and staples are underperforming, and technology, information technology, which got slammed Friday, down 4%.
Man, my
it's up
APEC is still
2.25%.
pending. Pissing me off. I know. I want to message the admin, but I don't want to bother them.
At Corient, wealth management begins and ends with you. We believe the more personal the solution, the more powerful the result. We treat your goals as our own. We never lose focus on the life you want to build. And our experienced advisors design custom-built strategies to help you get there. It's time for a wealth management experience as sophisticated as you are. It's time
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
These bills are crazy.
Order filled.
She has no idea she's sitting on a
Order
gold mine.
submitted.
She doesn't know that if she owns a life insurance policy of $100,000 or more, she can sell all or part of it to Coventry for cash, even a term policy.
Even a term policy?
Find out if you're sitting on a gold mine. Call Coventry Direct today at 800-476-0100 or visit coventrydirect.com.
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has
Yeah,
been found.
that's
These
why I don't want to
gorgeous
trade
gold
NQ.
coins are as bright and
Just-
shiny as
just
the
too
day
scary.
they were struck in the late 1800s, and less than 50 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-888-517-8568, and you are
Order
guaranteed a
filled.
$10 gold Liberty coin minted by the
Order
U.S. Mint
submitted.
of the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand.
Order
To learn
submitted.
more, call 1-888-517-8568. Call now, and you'll receive a free
Order
American
submitted.
Coin Collector's Bonus Package. A $40
Order canceled.
value,
Order
free
submitted.
with every order. Call 1-888-517-8568 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated
Oh, you
from
got
the
it too.
1800s
Nice,
before
man.
they sell
Nice.
out. That's 1-888-517-8568.
So basically 3 more days.
I used to think I was never meant to be beautiful.
That milk just got
I was teased because of my teeth.
7
I
points
didn't like
too.
the person looking back at me in the mirror. I never thought I could afford dental implants. You and your team worked within my budget and helped me feel confident in the plan we made together. I love my new smile. Thank you.
Congratulations, Cynthia.
Introducing our new lifetime warranty on zirconia
Order
arches.
filled.
Only at
So I
ClearChoice.
need
Call to
4
schedule
more
a free
hundred for this
consultation.
bulenox
The NBA tips off a new era on NBC and Peacock.
Order submitted.
Yeah, we pay out, I think 3 or 4. This is the one I almost blew, so I came back.
21st on NBC and streaming on Peacock.
No, you get uncapped. I think live after you make like a, I think the other guy told me after 75,000 on one account. Yeah.
All right, continue to have some big interviews coming up here on CNBC. Of course, I'll be sitting down. I am at Oracle AI World in Vegas, and those will be my 2 guests, the new CEOs of the company itself, Plain McGurk and Mike Cecilia. We'll be talking about all things related to Oracle Cloud infrastructure and, of course, AI. By the way, tomorrow we got another big interview as well on Squawk on the Street. Larry Fink,
What's still long in queue, and
will be joining us on
Order submitted.
Earnings. We're back after this.
Order filled.
Order filled.
Order submitted.
Sir, it seems that the Gladiator is getting a lot of positive social sentiment.
Innovation changes everything. With one investment, you can access the NASDAQ 100 innovators
On the 15 minutes, it looks like it's going to drop on the 15 minutes on NQ, but I don't want to mess with it.
Rather than get rich quick, I believe in get rich slow. The high yield cash account at Public actually had higher rates than anything else I was able to find online.
Order filled.
Losing sleep over having made risky investments. I
Order
needed something
submitted.
stable that could really give me long-term financial benefits.
Order submitted.
I know my money's working hard for me,
Order
and I know
filled.
I can access it anytime I need
Order
it.
submitted.
This is my coffee shop. We just moved into a bigger space, brought on another employee, and ordered new brand new
Order
gear for the
submitted.
team. It was so easy. I just chose my products, added our logo, and placed my order. Bring your own team together with custom gear. Get started today at customink.com.
CBITS, your company
Gold's
started
like
here.
way off the chart. I don't know what the next level is.
Your small team has become a
Makes
not
no
so small
sense.
team. It's time for CBITS, accounting, advisory, insurance, and more. CBITS, insights that impact.
If we had asked you in 1999 whether there'd be sports gambling in America, would have you believed it?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm honestly surprised how long it took.
Celebrating 30 years of Squawk Box, weekdays 6 Eastern and streaming on CNBC Plus.
I got something coming up.
This fall, get ready to think fast and eat faster at Raising Cane's. With hand battered
Are you long?
and cooked to order chicken fingers. So grab a box combo and catch.
My name's Chad Powers.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Order filled.
That's a nice little short on gold.
Order submitted.
Welcome back, Jim. Of course, at Dreamforce, he's in our San Francisco bureau. Hawktan tonight and a big week ahead, right, Jim?
Order submitted.
We have Rubric, which is cybersecurity. David, I can't wait.
Drop
to
it,
listen
go.
to
Let's
Oracle.
go, baby.
In many
Let's
ways,
go.
I have to tell you where the money's going to come from.
That's one of the key questions, of course. Sarah, I'll send it over to you as we get ready for the 10 o'clock hour of Squawk on the Street.
Yeah, just want to note, strong start for the markets here, guys. Up 1.4%
Order
on
submitted.
the S&P. We're coming back. Some of these tech names that were hit hard. The AI trade is back. Broadcom at the top of the list on that deal we just discussed. But NVIDIA, Tesla, Amazon, all working as well. We've got it all covered in the next hour of Squawk on the Street.
GPT fixed my missing 1,000, so I got my $1,000 back. No, they just credited the 1,000 back to the wallet because it was fell and it just stuck there.
If there's one thing I've learned over 3 decades of investing, it's this. What you don't own matters just as much as what you do. That's why I've always been drawn to the idea of upgrading your portfolio, replacing overhyped or outdated names with stronger, lesser-known opportunities. It's the thinking behind a strategy I've come to rely on, one I call sell this, buy that. I'm Eric Fry, and as a stock analyst, author, and futurist, I've shown my followers how to move out of big-name, well-loved stocks
Order
from the verge
submitted.
of melting down and into ones with the potential to deliver serious upside. It's the strategy that helped me win the Portfolios with Purpose investing competition, beating out some of the most respected names on Wall Street and outperforming the market by more than tenfold. And it's the same kind of thinking that's helped me build a long-term track record, including 41 recommendations that have gone on to return 1,000% or more. I've put together a brand new free presentation where I walk through some of my latest sell this, buy that pair trades. These calls are a little contrarian, I'll be the first to admit that.
Go on the 3 minutes, it's
through a different
overbought
lens,
now.
Here's a quick preview
Same thing with
of
the
what you'll
15
see I'm
minutes, so I'm
recommending
hoping
today when
it
you visit the
drops
website
soon.
right here on your screen. Sell Amazon. Buy a little known
Go,
e-commerce
go,
company
go,
that's
go.
much like
I'm not.
Amazon in 2005.
Thank you, Dottie.
Sell
Thank
Bank of
you. Got more
Buy
upside on the
online
3 minutes. I
fintech
can't really tell
platform
an
that's
NQ.
capturing an entirely new generation of banking customers. Sell Tesla. Buy a little known robotics company that's already miles ahead of Tesla in the AI robotics race. Each of these trade ideas comes with the full name, ticker, and analysis on our website at no cost. Or simply open the camera on your phone and point it at the QR code you see on your screen right now. When you do, I've got a total of 7 free sell this,
NQ
buy that
going. Holy
recommendations,
crap.
including names, tickers, and analysis waiting for you at no cost.
Order submitted.
Why should you trade options rather
Yeah,
than
it's
stocks? Because they
pretty
offer higher
BS to
returns,
me.
are cost-effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how
Yeah,
in our new
it
book.
is.
Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. It's not an option.
That's when you know the market's rigged.
The CNBC CEO councils are always on my calendar. I love the diversity of industries and sectors that are represented.
We got together to talk about where our business goals align. There was just every possible win in this partnership.
It's an opportunity to learn something new and get really honest feedback from peers who are experiencing the same exact thing you are.
Gold's up almost 3%. Holy
Order
cow.
submitted.
CEO Council. It's how you create change in the world.
Explore CNBC Council memberships today.
Dang.
Order filled.
Welcome to this Walk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Mike Santoli. Today we are live from Post 9 of the New York
Order
Stock Exchange.
filled.
Carl Quintanilla is off. David Faber will join us next
Order
hour with
filled.
the new co-CEOs.
Gold is
of Oracle.
pumping
That
too.
stock rallying more
Order
than 5%
submitted.
on its analyst day. As for overall markets, there is relief today. The S&P is up 1.5%. As President Trump says, it'll be okay
Order submitted.
on China, but a reversal in tone than we got on Friday, which spooked the market. But technology, communication services, materials,
Order filled.
leading this market right now. Only staples are lower at the moment. Remember, bond markets closed for Columbus Day. Today,
Order
Howard
submitted.
Marks joins us to
bonds
discuss
closed
how
today.
he sees the current market environment as he marks 35 years of writing his famous memos for Wall Street. He's known for predicting bubbles. We'll get his take on whether we're seeing a bubble right now in AI or whether this time is different coming up. And as bank earnings set to kick off, KBW's Tommy Show will tell us
Order
what to
filled.
expect from that space. But Mike, I wanted to start with
Order
a deep dive
submitted.
on China.
Order-
Why? Because with all
order
this
fill-
talk and
order-
worry now
order
about China
filled.
trade
Woohoo,
and new
that was a
tariffs,
nice short.
we did get some data
Oh, baby.
overnight on Chinese imports and exports, and guess what? They were both a lot better than we're expecting. Chinese imports up 7.4%.
Blame Baby Bear.
Again,
Maybe
it's
that got me
where
into this
economists were
crap.
looking for less than 2%.
It's
Exports
addicting,
up
though.
8.4%.
Order
So
submitted.
China, as a trading nation, is actually doing just fine, even without the U.S. The most stunning standout here in this release is the 27% drop in exports to the United States, which is not surprising, right? We put tariffs on. They're not going to sell as much to us. What is notable is that they're selling a lot more to the rest of the world, particularly Europe, which saw a 16% rise in exports to Europe, but Africa, really interesting here at the end of the chart, saw a more than 55% increase in China exporting to Africa. Now, I only set that up because, you know, we're wondering who has the leverage, where do these trade negotiations go? I mean, the economic data is telling you that China is doing it without the U.S.
Yeah, I mean, it's a managed disengagement, I think, for both sides, U.S. and China, in terms of setting the terms for how we're going to kind of have this relationship maybe grow less close over time. You know, I think exports to the U.S. for China are like less than 3% of Chinese GDP.
Order submitted.
So they've kind of managed it down.
Nice
Now, that's
drop.
not
Nice
nothing.
drop,
If it goes
baby.
to zero,
Nice drop.
you're going to feel it if you're China. But I do think it is interesting that in market terms, the market had sort of put the tariff situation in the fixed column. In other words, we kind of know what we're dealing with.
Yeah, I need a short NQ
but now
too.
maybe there's some lagged effects we haven't yet accounted for, and all the rest of it.
And they
I also
can
see
rug
it as
NQ
it was a very
anytime, so
timely
that's why I'm so
and probably
scared.
necessary immediate excuse for some kind of a
One tweet
pullback
from
and a little
Trump
bit
is
of a gut check
over.
in a market that had gotten wound pretty tight. And now, was it enough? A little 3% pop lower. We just hit the 50-day moving average, barely, not even on the S&P 500.
Trump didn't say anything
We're
about taking the
getting
tariff
back
off.
about
He's just
half, a little
saying
more than half of what
China's
was
going to be
lost
okay,
on
but the
Friday.
market's
So whether
assuming it's
it
going to be a taco
disturbs this
deal.
kind of perfect clockwork rally
So
that
just
we had
pumping
because
for
of
no reason.
a lot of the dynamics, or if this was the one-day dip that everybody was craving to buy before a fourth quarter rally, that's what we have to figure out right now, I think.
And I also don't want to downplay the importance of what if we saw another 100% tariff on some, especially U.S. retailers and consumer names, which got shellacked on Friday, as did the high-flying tech names as well. But, you know, if you look
Order
at these
submitted.
companies that are exposed, the Alphafutures, Five Below, Bank of
Order
America put out a
submitted.
nice list, Hasbro, Dollar Tree, Target. I mean, they still have exposure to Chinese factories and will feel it either in their margins or having to pass on to
3 minutes still got
consumers.
room to go
Just
up on
leave you with this
NQ.
chart
Same
that
thing
we
with
made up
15
of
minutes
the
now.
share of U.S. imports that are from China.
Yeah.
You know, as you wonder whether you're going to feel it as the consumer, it's a lot less. Right? It's a lot, as you say, strategically managed lower both by China and the U.S. so that we don't depend on them as much, so that when we do have 100% tariffs, it's not as bad as, say, it would be a few years ago. But that's not to say it's not going to be problematic.
Yeah.
I mean, even a company like Nike, which has been manufacturing elsewhere and has a really broad supply chain, still has, you know, according to analysts, 15% manufacturing.
It's friction in the system, and I guess the other piece of it is if it just leads ultimately to another kind of temporary truce, and
Order
maybe we have to
submitted.
figure out a final deal. So then we're on this treadmill for a
Order
while, but
submitted.
It becomes a little bit of a side nagging issue as opposed to the whole story.
Look, there's a lot of time
As it
before
was in
November
April.
1st. And I think that was kind of the point. And I listened to all the J.D. Vance vice president interviews yesterday at the Sunday show, and he also kind of played it down. This is negotiating. They're going to do the right
I mean,
thing.
a lot of time. It's like 2.5 weeks. And we used to take years to do trade deals. So, I mean, but it's true in terms of getting to a point
No, that's an
where the
eternity,
markets
as
can
President
handle
Trump
it.
said.
We'll see what happens.
That's
All right.
leverage.
We'll continue on here with the broader markets. Let's bring in Torsten Slok. He is Apollo Global Management Chief Economist. Joins us here at Post 9. Great to see you, Torsten. So the market had gotten pretty comfortable, right, with this idea that the interplay of U.S. economic growth, what the Fed's going to do, the tariff situation being somewhat settled. How do you see this little jolt from Friday and whether it continues?
Well, I think this feeds into the broader narrative that we have already for a while now talked about the K-shaped outlook for the consumer. Some consumers are doing well, some are doing less well. Now we're also having a K-shape for the broader economy where you have a booming industrial renaissance, but the consumer is facing more headwinds, because of this little bump on the road, with suddenly now imports from China becoming more expensive. That's a headwind, as Sarah just was mentioning, to a number of the retailers. At the same time, affordability is also being an issue for some consumers. There's more talk about subprime auto loans becoming a slightly bigger issue, of course, in the market, especially in securitized pools of auto loans. So the key issue here
Oh, I
is
got a
if we
giveaway
now
for them. I
have
got
a
to post
situation
tomorrow.
where the
3
booming industrial
freebies on
renaissance is doing
Phidias.
well,
I don't know
data
if they
center
just gave
build-out
it
is
to
going
me.
great. Energy
Yeah,
is
I gotta
also going
post it
great.
up
You also
tomorrow.
have, broadly speaking, infrastructure, defense also going great. But on the consumer side, there's now more
I blew
headwinds.
my
So this
static
China
cash
news that
on
we had in the
Phidias
last
last
few
week,
days is
so
just
I don't
a
want to
slight
mess with it
headwind
anymore.
to the outlook for the
Need
consumer,
Project
because now
X.
we just have the risk of more upside pressure on prices and therefore some more headwinds to the consumer outlook.
It's,
It seems like
it's
the
hard to
market
trade
has
on
been
mobile, so
struggling with
can't
two
mess with
kind
it.
of divergences. So one is
Order
very
filled.
soft labor market, but GDP is still tracking because of the CapEx move that you see right there. The other one is
Order
Public
submitted.
corporate credit spreads have been very benign, and yet you're
Good
seeing
work,
these
man.
little eruptions out of kind of the
Order
fringes of the
filled.
credit space. You mentioned auto loans, but obviously also some of this kind of private credit hiccups. So where do we sit with those things? Does that just mean we have to wait and see how it all plays out?
Well, this is why this issue of why is job growth slow? Well, we don't have job growth at the moment, but why has job growth been slow going into the shutdown?
Yeah.
Is it simply because of less immigration? Because if there's less immigration, then for the Fed, that doesn't mean anything. They should just say, well, there's less immigration, but that doesn't mean the economy is slowing down.
Yeah.
Or
It's
is
okay.
it
We
because
short
there's a
gold.
slowdown going on?
Telling
the
you,
economy is
short
slowing
gold.
down,
It's
and
already up
therefore labor
3%.
demand
It
is
can't
weak.
go up
So
anymore.
the key question here
Been
is
shorting
for the
go
Fed,
at
especially going into the meeting,
115.
3
It's a
weeks'
good
time,
spot.
is exactly this issue. Is the slowdown
So,
in the labor
cuz?
market because of slower supply, or is the slowdown because of lower demand? And if it is simply lower supply,
Trade gold with
auto
me,
encounters
buddy.
are basically zero.
Can't lose.
And I think that there is a much more likely story that this is not driven so much by a slowdown in the economy.
Yeah,
We still have
at
strong growth when it comes to
115
red
is
book
my
same-store
short. I
retail
still have
sales.
some
The
left.
weekly
I'm
data again
holding.
is still strong. The daily data for how many people go to restaurants from OpenTable is still strong. You also have weekly data from staff or hotel demand is also very strong.
Gold
Both
is
for consumers
overbought
and for
now.
businesses across the country. So it is exactly as you're saying, Mike, very inconsistent that the labor market is slowing. But why is it consumption, capex spending in particular, is still so strong? And that suggests that it is actually still the case that GDP and the economy is actually doing still well.
So do you think it would be a mistake for the Fed to cut
need to
in
pass
the
this
October
lucid
meeting, which it looks
eval.
pretty likely that they're going to do?
Because the risks are now rising that if they do cut simply because of a slowing in immigration, that we might simply have even more lift in inflation. Because now
Order
there's more lift in
submitted.
inflation coming because of tariffs. There's also lift in inflation because of the weaker dollar. So as a result of that, if inflation is going up and we now start cutting too much, that of course raises the risk that the Fed should not be talking about rate cuts. They should maybe even be talking about rate hikes.
But you've been warning about inflation for a while, and we haven't really seen that much inflation.
Well, you had in the last earnings season, it was also Friday, several of the retailers are talking about the impact of tariffs. They're talking about how to deal with it. It's having an impact on their cost side, but it's certainly also having an impact on how to think about pricing.
I wonder, though, Sarah mentioned the bond market's closed today, but if we were pricing in more cuts, as the market has done, if there was really a concern about that being a mistake and it's going to create this inflationary flare-up, wouldn't long yields be going up, not down?
Well, that's why long yields, in some sense, have been drinking the Kool-Aid here and said, oh, the
Dang,
next
go.
move from the
Can't
top
back
plot is
up.
saying rates are going lower.
This
But
little
the
shit.
issue is here, of course, are we going to see a repeat of 2022, where, of course, stocks went down and rates went up because there was more inflation in the pipeline. So that's why the consensus today has the view that inflation over the next 12 months will be 3%. That is drastically higher than the Fed's 2% target. So if now we have further upside pressure on inflation coming from potentially more tariffs, and at the same time the dollar also going down has been putting lift on inflation, it does raise a lot of risk that maybe the Fed should not be cutting more. And this is what I think is most important in this market, namely that the biggest underappreciated risk is that we are simply not done fighting inflation.
If that is the case, then where's the 2-year yield? 3.5%.
Order submitted.
I mean, shouldn't that be tracking where the Fed funds is, which is now much higher than that?
But the dot plot is, of course, telling us all rates are going down, so the market is expecting that rates will go down. But this is the question. Are rates going down simply because inflation will be coming
Order
down? Or maybe the risk
submitted.
is that inflation is not coming down, especially with new shocks, such as upward pressure on tariffs on inflation, and again, the dollar that is in the pipeline.
And where do you place the explanation for what's going on with gold? Okay, so it's disengaged from really inflation, from real yields.
Order filled.
It seems like a momentum play. Obviously, even the dollar has bounced with gold making new records.
Well, I think there are 3 reasons why gold is going up. First of all, the inflation risks are still here. There's still a lot of risks for the tails to play out in one way or another, given everything that's going on, especially again now with the trade war coming back. The second reason why gold is going up is because Chinese households in the
filled.
ETF data are buying significant amounts of
Order
gold. And
submitted.
you also see on the sanctions side, central banks globally are still divesting from U.S. treasuries and buying gold instead. So those 3 tailwinds have continued to provide
Order
very
filled.
strong growth in gold prices, and we should expect that to continue.
So those are going to be
Order
price
filled.
insensitive, kind of buyers in there. In other words, they're going to keep
Order
4,100 an ounce.
submitted.
We're going to keep buying.
I think some of them will be the central banks because of sanctions. They're definitely price insensitive, and I think
Order
also a lot of
submitted.
the demand from China has likely also been price
Yeah, I'm
insensitive
short
because
gold
Chinese
now.
households can really only
116.
buy 2
Let's go.
things,
Right.
namely apartments and housing and stock prices. They don't have the option
Order
of buying
filled.
U.S. equities the same way
116.
that we have here in the U.S. and Europe. So because of that, they
Order
have been
filled.
diversifying
In
away
and out.
Order
from
filled.
the traditional
Order
investments
filled.
towards buying gold. The ETF demand in Chinese gold has been very, very strong in China.
It was weird to see the stock market sell off so much Friday and then gold sell off, right? It wasn't a safe haven, and
It's
now
been
it's
moving together
rebounding with the
for a
Nasdaq.
while. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I know.
So, Bitcoin too.
Order
All right, Torsten,
submitted.
great to see you. Thank you.
Here's our roadmap for you for the rest of the hour, including
Order
an exclusive interview
filled.
with Oaktree's Howard Marks, talking everything from the AI
Order
trade
submitted.
to value investing.
Plus, we'll hit the big bank earnings kicking off this week with KBW CEO Tom Michaud and why he believes headwinds are now tailwinds for the banks.
And former Fed Vice Chair Lael Brainerd will give us her economic outlook with Chair Powell set to
Did you
speak
catch that
tomorrow.
short,
Big show still ahead.
cuz?
Let's
That's
walk
a
on the
3
street.
points
We'll
for
be
us.
right back after a quick break.
Welcome to the Now Wage Network. They switched to Juniper's AI native network. And now
Put
everyone's
115
so
short
productive,
again.
they're
I
operating
promise.
at a
If you
higher
lose
gear.
it, I'll buy you an
That's the
account.
Now Wage Network at work with real AI, putting you in the fast
115 on Go. Not Go, but MGC.
G
The
Mining
micro.
Ventures operates
So you
Brazil's
don't lose
newest
much.
producing gold mine with proven reserves and cash flow. Now they've expanded to Guyana to repeat their success. G Mining Ventures, creating value through responsible mining.
Did someone take some of my candles? They're not all here.
What?
Gonna pay for this bad boy later.
No fucking way. After hitting DLL?
Later. No fees, no interest.
Fuck yeah.
And
I
get
thought you hit
5%
DLL
cash back
on Friday.
holiday long.
Nice shit.
Don't come in, I'm still in here.
Finally.
If this is the only bathroom in the house.
Good.
This is
Good
my
job.
time.
Finally.
Make the most of your money
Loser.
this holiday. PayPal.
You know I like a soda.
I'm happy for you. Let's get the payout, okay,
My
buddy?
dad was a reporter, all of his friends were reporters, and so those values of getting the story, getting it right, run really deep with me. The world does not need more opinion,
that's it.
right? What
You
the
gotta
world
ask
needs is
Lynn.
more facts.
I
This
never got a
president
payout
has
yet.
his hands almost physically on the American economy. That's why investors really need to pay attention to what's coming
What's
out of the White House on a minute-to-minute basis. Our job is to bring you what the president's doing.
What size do you have,
explain what we
cuz?
think the impact
Is it
is gonna
50K
be.
or
And vision
150?
is a tool. It forces you to be sharp.
I think it's 35% consistency. I'll look it up for you.
You need to find a solution.
I spoke with the sales team.
let
and
me
their
bust
main
out my
insight is that
calculator.
they're seeing
Hold on.
figures that are increasing when we highlight product benefits.
I agree on that angle.
I think you need 3,000 to cash
Audio
out.
is
So
the
if it's
new invisible hearing
35%,
solution built
the
into
max you
your
can make is
glasses.
1,000 is
Hear
what I'm
you see
thinking.
comfortably with open ear speakers. Nuance Audio, in tune with life.
So you need 5 trading days, and then you need to make at least $100 a day to count as one day. Yeah, it's 35% consistency. Yeah. Oh, actually, your buffer is 2,100, so I think you can cash out after hitting 2,100.
Welcome back. The
So
memos
this
from Oak Tree's
and for
Howard Marks
2,500
have become
times
one of the
0.5.
most
So yeah, don't make
pieces of
more than
commentary
800
for investors.
a day. It
This
should be
week
good.
marks 35th anniversary of Howard's
Congrats,
first
bud.
memo. Back then, he had to Xerox copies, put them
You
in
should get
envelopes, and
the
actually
funded
mail them
right
out to his
away
50 or
after
so
like 15
clients.
minutes or so.
Now they're emailed out, available online, and followed by much of Wall Street. I sat down with Marks exclusively to talk about how his views on the market have developed over the years and
Yeah.
whether he ever thought when he first started writing
I
these
think you have to go on the
memos that they would
dashboard and hit
become what they
activate,
have.
something like that. I'm not sure.
I actually can say that it was not premeditated. I wrote the first one because I had a couple of things happen that I thought the juxtaposition would be interesting for people to read about, and it illustrated an important value of oak trees, and that's why I wrote it. I didn't have a plan. I don't think I even had a plan to write another, certainly not with any regularity, certainly not 160 odd memos over 35 years.
That was October 12th, 1990. You wrote about performance. I went back and looked at this one. And essentially, there's always a little bit of a lesson based on your
I can hear you
personal
again,
experience.
but
And
you're
that one was don't swing for the fences.
Right. I met with
I didn't have anything to say to you because I don't look at those.
Who explained that he'd been managing a pension fund for 14 years, and in those 14 years, the equities had never been above the 27th
Order
percentile
fill. Order
or below
filled.
the 47th percentile, so solidly in the second quartile, 14 years in a row. And where
Look
did
at
that
gold
place them
dropping,
for 14
baby.
years
I got 2
overall?
more left.
4th percentile. Well, how does that work? If you fluctuate
Yes,
between
ma'am.
27 and 47, don't you average 37? No, you get up to the top, the very top of the universe, because everybody else eventually shoots themselves in the foot.
2 more accounts. I'm still holding this short.
At the wrong time. So
Order submitted.
Consistent good performance and an absence of blow-ups will give you a terrific record over time. You don't have to be a hero.
So when did you start getting response?
Switch to go, guys.
On the first business day of 2000, I wrote a memo called bubble.com talking about some
just wait till it goes up to
that
114,
I felt
115 and
could
short
be
again.
detected in the market for tech and telecom and media stocks.
What are you trading now?
so-called
Your
internet
Top Step?
bubble. And it had two virtues. Number one, it was correct, and number two, it was correct soon. Because if it takes too long to be proved correct, then you're
I forgot you
relegated
got
to the
that.
dustbin of history. But within a couple of months, the tech stocks
You need 250 to get
started
1 point, okay?
decline, and then, as I wrote in someplace,
don't be
after
scared.
10 years, I became an overnight success.
Put a short on
Because it was a great
115.
call.
Put
You
3
had also some
MCG.
similar warnings 2007,
Right.
right before the market crash, about excessive risk taking. So that is a theme. You can predict these bubbles based on what? Psychology?
It has a lot to do with psychology and the resultant behavior. So if you can just be sensitive to the psychology that's governing the markets and the behavior that's directing people to engage in, I think you can figure out those rare occasions when
submitted.
you're at an extreme. When the market is either crazy high because of excessive optimism or crazy low because of excessive
4115.
And when you can find those occasions, which arise once every decade or so,
I only have 2 positions left,
maybe you can make
but I had a whole
Because
bunch
you
earlier.
also had one in 2008, around just before the bottom. where
Order
you said it started
submitted.
to
And
look
Q
very
can't hold
interesting.
900 for some reason. So
Well, again, excess. That's
that's
the
the
key.
3rd time if it dropped.
I think it was October the 8th of 08, which was very, very close to the bottom of psychology in that cycle. And I wrote a memo called the limits to negativism. It's our job to be skeptical. What I said in the memo is that I was detecting sentiment that was too bad to be true. I could not come up with an assumption negative enough to satisfy the naysayers. And when that level of excessive pessimism is prevalent, you have to conclude that maybe the prices of assets are just too low because the psychology is depressing them. And so, we concluded that we had a great opportunity. And fortunately, we had raised a lot of money in advance of what we thought would be a good opportunity. And my partner, Bruce Karsh, swung into action and invested at a very fast clip. And of course,
we have a My Funded
in the
Futures giveaway
aftermath of
today
the
on the
Lehman
race.
meltdown, et cetera, AIG, and so forth. All you had
You might
to do
win.
was buy vigorously.
Yeah, but you might win this time.
Fortunately, he did.
And that was a win. And that was a winning trade. So
Oh,
a lot
yeah.
of people look
They always
at
give me free. They love
the
me.
moment that we are in right now.
You need to
They
win
see
it so I can get
very
back
high
on the payout with My
valuations,
Funded
and
Futures.
I don't know how you would deem sentiment,
Order
but there's
filled.
certainly a lot of enthusiasm
Order
around
filled.
technology like AI. Are we in that
Order
moment?
submitted. Order filled.
Order
Order
high
filled.
valuations.
Oh, wow. There we go. I'm short again.
I don't know enough
116.
about tech stocks or stocks in general or AI
Order
specifically
submitted.
to know
Go,
whether
baby.
the valuations are excessive. My response to
Order
date has
filled.
been that
Order
the
filled. Order filled.
valuations are not crazy. High,
Order
but not
submitted.
crazy. And when
Order
things
submitted.
are either high or low, but not crazy,
They request
you
a-
can't make
Order
an observation
filled.
that has a high likelihood of being correct.
Order submitted. Order filled.
This may
Order filled.
prove
Order
to have
filled.
been a time when you should have become defensive, and people will look back and say, well, why didn't you? But I don't think you can say that dependably right now. Expensive and going down tomorrow are not synonymous. And I wrote a memo celebrating the 25th anniversary of that first memo, bubble.com, that got attention. I wrote a memo called On Bubble Watch, and I said that, to me,
People are wondering if there are echoes back to the dot-com bubble.
Order
with AI.
submitted.
transformational
Order
technology
submitted.
by all the
Order
chip stocks
submitted.
that are playing into
Damn,
it.
thank you. Good thing I'm.
I think
Oh,
there's
no,
relatively
sorry.
little doubt that AI will change the world.
That's what I don't
And
like. Thank
AI
you.
has been successful as an
Order
investment,
submitted.
and people are piling in, and there's some fear about being left out.
Order
Look at that
filled.
drop on
Order filled.
gold.
To me,
You got
it
in,
just
right?
hasn't-
115?
This is a judgment call, and to me, it just hasn't
Well, you
reached
could say
that critical
no.
mass of
Or
mania.
you could tell me
Value
no.
is another theme. You
I'll
just
tell you
wrote
like
about
5
value in your
times.
recent August piece.
I hate you.
Do value investors,
Go back in.
are they missing something?
A lot of it came down
Let's
to
do
whether you're talking
116.
about
Order
value with a
submitted.
small v or a big V.
Order
Value
submitted.
investing with a big V is kind of a, shall we say, a sect. And it has hard and fast rules, and it's firmly delineated, and we do this, but we don't do that. And I think that the key to excellence in
There you
investing is
go. You can short now.
open-mindedness.
116.5.
So that's probably not a good approach. On
No,
the
no,
other
no, no,
hand,
no.
you should
Go,
stick
go,
to your
go,
last
go.
and the
M
things you're good at.
MGC.
But
Not.
I
Don't do
think
that. G. Don't
value
do the big
investing
one.
with a
The big
small
one.
V,
It's
which
too
means
risky.
Order filled.
trying to figure out what something is intrinsically
Yeah,
worth
short the cheap go.
and seeing if you can buy that at a reasonable price. I
Order
think that makes a
submitted.
lot of sense.
Right
Oh, you
now,
can't
even
close
in
it?
today's environment?
Order submitted.
It's tough
Oh, wow.
because, a conjectural field like AI, you probably can't reduce an AI company's potential over the next 30 years to a discounted present value today and try to buy it at that or less. So when you get into the new thing,
Order filled.
where sometimes big money is made,
Order
it's
filled.
harder
Jeez.
to do
Order
that on a
filled.
value basis, especially for startups or companies
Order
that are,
filled. Order
that are,
filled. Order filled. Order
early
order
in the life cycle.
order filled.
But
Look at that
you know,
short. Oh my
the
gosh. You
connotation
guys are
of,
missing out.
Hard value investing has been prosaic companies that have existed for a long time that are not really
Let's
on
go.
the
It's so
curve,
Order
fun.
submitted.
are quite stable, but have repeatable cash flows and
Order
earnings and
submitted.
so forth.
No, no, I won't blow it this
Order
time because I'm
canceled.
playing the
That's
cheap one. I'm not doing the
kind
big
of the
one.
extreme
Order
I'm doing the
value
small
investing
one.
with a capital V.
At least I can average
And
down
that
more.
may be too restrictive. So I think something in between. I think
Order submitted.
based on the
Yeah, yeah.
historic numbers, something like the
Yeah,
S&P 500.
any little one,
is
even
expensive
1
today.
point, you
There's
get a
no
lot of
question
money.
about it. The PE ratio on the S&P 500 is around 24.
That's why I like it.
On next year's,
I can't
on
do the
next
big
year's
one.
earnings, and the historic average is 16. So you can't say it's not expensive. But
Yeah,
what
stay
you
away
have
from
to
NQ. It's
engage in
unstable.
is, and my last memo, the calculus of value,
They're gonna
I gave what I
rug
thought was
pull and
part
you're
of the
gonna get
bull case,
caught.
which is the S&P now is better. They're better
Yeah.
companies. They have
Order submitted.
Market dominance,
Order
fabulous
submitted.
products,
I ain't working
moats,
Apex. Apex
protecting
need to pay
against
me.
competition, enormous incremental profitability, and great growth potential.
Order submitted.
So the optimism is warranted.
They're
Order
better
submitted.
companies, so they warrant higher multiples, and the optimism is warranted. And I'm not knowledgeable enough to say that's wrong, but but this is an example of something called, this time it's different.
Which that must worry you a little to say.
Well, this time it's different is always said about the, quote, new thing.
It's said during bubbles, too, right?
Oh,
well,
then I was going to
especially in
ask you,
bubbles.
can you
And
join
it is
the
sentiment that
Tradeify
gives rise to
tournament?
bubbles. This is something we've never seen before.
I have to
There's no
promote it.
historical
It's
parallel.
$50.
This
Order
thing's going
filled.
to the moon.
I have
The
yeah,
valuations are high.
I
but
have a
this time
meeting
it's
with them
different.
today.
So
I don't
can
know
we
yet. I
expect
think it's
35
this
more
week,
years?
but I have a meeting with them at
That's
2.
my goal.
Order
Will you
submitted.
still come
Thank
visit?
you.
Of course. I'll come visit you and we'll interview you every time because we always want to hear what you have to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Howard. Really appreciate it.
Bye.
Howard Marks, sort of
Yeah, I
reflecting
know.
on 35 years of memos. And Mike, I know you are the perfect person to talk about this, have really become iconic.
Sure.
But I was so interested in his view on AI, given he was out front in calling the excessive mania-like
Yes.
valuations 2007 and 2000 during the internet bubble, as he said, which was one of his most favorite memos that he's written,
Sure.
and just doesn't see
Order
it right now. Do
filled.
not detect that level of mania, he
Order
said. Yes,
submitted.
high valuations, but they're not crazy.
Right, and I think that it's confirmed by things like, IPO volumes are not quite there. You do see public excitement, but it just hasn't had that much
Order
time
canceled.
to just build to a real fever, at least in a broad way. In terms
Order
of the larger
submitted.
stocks, I mean, I do think that you have to step back for a second and say, before you get to the peak of a bubble, you have a lot of moments where the risk reward is really not that great. I mean, the peak of a bubble means you're going to have
Order
truly
submitted.
impaired investment results for a decade to come. Like, you're going to wipe out 4 to 5 years worth of gains from that peak. So just saying you're not at a peak of a bubble,
Order
and I know that he
submitted.
would say this as well, it doesn't mean that there's bargains out there.
Order
But I do
submitted.
think it is telling that he's not willing to go there in this instance because he has been willing in the past. And
Order
I've always
submitted.
found that professional investors love his memos in part because they're kind of caught up in the day-to-day, and he steps back and says, with the benefit of wisdom and experience and data, here's what the world looks like. and
Alright,
here's
so
how to
3
think
minutes
about
on the
it in a long-term
NQ.
way.
It looks like it
And
wants to
everyone sort
drop,
of is
so
able to
careful on
feel
the
smart by
NQ.
quoting the Howard Marks memo.
I might be wrong.
Yeah,
I'm just
that's
looking
true.
at my
Including
thing.
Warren Buffett, who's actually
For sure.
a fan of the memo, and something we talked about in the full conversation, which, by the way, you can watch that entire conversation. It was even longer with Howard Marks, CNBC.com/pro, about how he first got Buffett's attention, in fact, and the thinking behind some of his other winning
The
trades.
15 minutes just
over the years.
flatlining right in the middle, so I
check that
can't
out.
really
All
tell.
right.
It can go
Still
up or
ahead,
down.
a fresh read
So
on
it's
domestic
gonna be hard.
manufacturing, according to one of the sector's biggest suppliers.
Gold
under
is like
pressure
way
after
up
new
top
numbers
at the
there.
overbought
Plus,
area on the
financial
3
giants from
minutes, so that's why I
JP
keep
Morgan to Goldman
shorting.
Sachs, all reporting this week, starting tomorrow, in fact, and we'll get you ready.
And it's already
Later
up
on,
3%.
former Fed
It's like,
Vice Chair Lael
how much more
Brainerd
can it go,
with
you
her
know?
take on tariffs, inflation, and where rates could go from here.
Just try it, damn
Big
it.
show still ahead. Stay with us.
MGC. Just try that and short at 116.
Oh, so you corporate types think you're rock stars?
That's as ridiculous as us being corporate types. Let's begin.
Rockstar move using Workday to handle
Order
all our
filled.
AI
There
agents.
we go.
Watch
Short it
me
again.
handle
Order
my
filled.
agent. Gary, bubbly water, no bubbles.
So what did you do this weekend?
The huge.
Shout out to Carmen for using Workday to manage our people and AI agents.
Order filled.
What are we doing? Just clout.
Order filled.
See? You hit that short game and you would have made $100 on that one. So easy.
We're talking 50% off everything and an extra 20%
And I
off
do
select
4 of them. I
packages.
do 4
Plus,
MCG.
exclusive limited time deals across the site. These are the deals on USDA certified tender Omaha steaks you've been waiting for. It's all 50% off or more. Shop now to get the only steak delivery guaranteed to
Whoa!
Amazing.
Love this.
at omahasteaks.com/TV.
At Public, the high yield cash account's a no-brainer. I know my
Order
money's working
submitted.
hard for me, and I know I can access it
Later.
anytime I need
Order
it.
submitted.
It's very simple. Better rates mean faster growth.
Order filled.
That's exactly what I need.
Short again.
Order filled.
Wow.
Do you have a life insurance
New
policy
all-time
you no
high
longer
on
need?
gold.
Now you can sell your policy, even a term policy, for an immediate cash
Order
payment.
submitted.
We thought we had planned carefully for our retirement.
But we quickly realized we needed a way to supplement our income.
If you have $100,000 or more of life insurance, you may qualify to sell your policy. Don't cancel or let your policy lapse without finding out what it's worth. Visit CoventryDirect.com to find out if your policy qualifies, or call 1-800-523-6900. Coventry Direct, redefining insurance.
Welcome to the internet, a magical place where anyone
Order
can be
filled.
anything they want to be.
Order filled. Order filled.
Yeah, you are.
I'm a
Order
doctor
submitted.
who has what you need to see real results.
Fantastic.
And I said I could remodel a kitchen.
Order submitted.
Can't?
On the internet, I can't.
Order submitted.
How
Don't
much
leave your
more
job
do
to
I
an
need?
unfiltered
I
internet
need
search.
3
Angie
more
has 30
$100.
years of
I can
experience
do
finding
this.
the best pros.
Angie, job's done well.
Order
At
submitted.
Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking to help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
Start streaming. Go to cnbc.com/plus now. Wednesday, financial experts, investors, and policymakers gather in D.C. for critical conversations on America's economy. CNBC's Invest in America Forum. Learn more at cnbcevents.com/invest.
Over For 30 minutes here into the hour, here are 3 big movers we are watching. Broadcom shares surging after the company announced a new strategic partnership with OpenAI to develop, design, and deploy custom AI chips. Broadcom's president and OpenAI's co-founder joined us last hour to discuss the deal, as well as the strong overall demand that OpenAI is seeing.
Submitted.
The way that we think about this is that I think actually figuring out how to build this compute is extremely difficult, and it's going to require financing in different mechanisms. And so we've really been going to the industry to say, hey, how can we possibly get ahead of this sort of avalanche of demand we see coming our way?
Broadcom at the top of the S&P, up 9%. Meanwhile, industrial and construction supply maker Fastenal under pressure following an earnings miss, with executives saying, quote, sluggish industrial production in Q3 in the release. And speaking of manufacturing, Jeffrey shares gaining after the company reassured investors that its exposure to debt from bankrupt auto parts maker First Brands is limited, with potential losses, quote, readily absorbable. Comes as First Brands appoints a new interim CEO this morning, effective immediately.
All right, time now for a CNBC News update. Courtney Reagan has that.
Order filled.
Hi, Mike. President Trump just arrived in Egypt after giving a lengthy speech at Israel.
Trump's in Egypt now. He was in Jerusalem this morning.
Middle East Peace Summit with 20 world leaders to cement the ceasefire in Gaza. It came as Hamas released the last living Israeli hostages. Meanwhile, around 2,000 Palestinian prisoners and detainees have started to arrive in the Gaza Strip after being freed by Israel as part of the first phase of a Trump-backed peace deal. French President Emmanuel Macron rejected calls to resign today as his latest government faces threats of 2 no-confidence motions that could bring it down by the end of the week. France is dealing with its worst political crisis in decades as minority-led governments try to push deficit-reducing budgets through defiant legislation. The country has seen 5 prime ministers in less than 2 years.
Got that.
And Taylor Swift announced a new documentary series today following her behind the scenes of her historic Eras tour. It will come out on Disney Plus on December 12th. The pop star will also release an extended version of her Eras tour concert film. Of course, Sarah, comes on what day? October 13th. And it's a birthday present to herself and to all of us when it comes out in December.
Exactly. Thank you. Thanks. Courtney, nothing's an accident.
You owe the buck on the second one?
After the break, headwinds are now tailwinds for the banks, at least according to our next guest. Find out why and how to play the group as they kick off another earnings season in just a moment. Plus, an interview you will not want to miss still ahead. Our David Faber live from Las Vegas at Oracle AI World with both of the company's new CEOs. Do not miss it. We're back here in a moment.
Sarah Benzino, Brandon Coley, Jablonski.
Order filled. Order filled.
Up and go. Keep dropping.
What'd she call Harper?
Oh, you mean Jablonski Auto Body LLC.
We actually sold the twins' naming rights.
You know, like stadiums do. Kids are so expensive these days. Here he comes.
Oasis Breeze Tan and Spa.
If you need a tan,
What is?
I'm your man. Could do business with you.
Or we can look at some investment options for you.
Works for us.
The right money moves aren't as absurd as you think.
Mary's Fun Shop. Nah, too boring. Ugh. No. Why?
Order submitted.
The worst. Ooh, that's so bad. Rein it in, Mary.
She sounds so angry.
There it is.
Naming a business? Hard. Swagging it out? Easy. Move your business forward with swag you can count on from Custom Ink.
I wish I wasn't afraid to smile.
I wish I could get implants.
I wish I knew who to trust.
I'm not looking for another quick fix.
I want a smile I know will last.
Clear Choice smiles are made to stand the test of time. They're built by dental
Order
implant
submitted.
experts, backed by 20 years of pioneering research
Order
and a
submitted.
lifetime warranty on premium arches. Our smiles are built for life. Schedule your free consultation today.
I know how to make slick-looking goggles/glasses, but I have no idea how to make slick-looking social media stuff.
But GoDaddy Aero uses AI to create social content out of thin air, like this one.
That sucks.
Great gifts for all guys and gals.
Morning, Isis.
Order submitted.
That's your problem. You need to find a solution.
Order submitted.
I spoke with the sales team,
Order
and their main
submitted.
insight is that they're seeing figures that are increasing when we highlight product benefits.
I agree on that angle. I have a few ideas.
Are you there for the whole week?
Nuance Audio is the new invisible hearing solution built into your glasses. Hear what you see comfortably with open ear speakers. Nuance Audio.
I'm going there in 30 days.
Introducing Sports Center for you. Personalized
Maybe.
every single
I just
day.
want to gamble. It's been a while.
Now
But yeah, I
available
wanted
on
to
the
see that.
ESPN
So do you recommend a Wizard of Oz or
Powered
not?
by
I
your
want to
favorites.
take my wife. She does. She does. Okay. Gotcha. I'll probably buy that then.
Welcome back to Stock on the Street. Take a look at the KBW Bank Index outperforming the S&P year to date.
Oh, it's a
As
move
bank earnings
enhanced
get
move.
set
I
to
got
kick
you
off.
now.
Citigroup, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo all report results tomorrow. Joining us here at Post 9 with his outlook is Tom Michaud, CEO of KBW, a Stifel company. So you see a lot of tailwinds out there right now. You think this is going to be a good quarter. Why?
Yes. So really, it seems like all the different pieces of the income statement are
Order
window
filled.
sales for the industry. It's now a
Order
revenue growth
filled.
story.
God, Gold.
After many
What
years
are
of
you doing?
doing that with the inverted yield curve. So we're looking for
Order
mid to high
submitted.
single digits net interest
Order
income
filled.
growth. Looking for margin expansion. We're looking for banks that have investment banking operations to have possibly
Yeah, Ghost
the
game,
strongest
high.
quarter they've had since 2021 in the
filled.
third quarter.
Order
looking for
submitted.
double-digit
I'm gonna
revenue
get
growth
caught sooner or
year-over-year.
later. Get shorting gold.
So we're looking for mid-digit loan growth as well, 5-6% deposit growth as well. It all wraps into 12% year-over-year earnings per share growth for the quarter. And the outlook on a bigger picture is we think banks will grow earnings 13% this year, 11% next year. And even though there's been some notable news, we think the credit story is going to be for the banking industry quite benign in the quarter.
Yeah, no,
Order
let's dig
filled.
into the
I think
credit
after
story
I
for a
get out of
moment, 'cause
this,
we have
I'm
that
gonna be
bankruptcy,
done.
First brand,
I'm stuck
and
now.
audits, and now everyone's wondering about exposure and whether there's
Order
some cracks
canceled.
in the whole credit market.
Yes. So while I
Order
would say
submitted.
we're on the verge of learning a lot tomorrow
Alright,
with
drop
the
shit.
earnings, remember, by the end of the week, 9 of the top 10
There you
banks will
go.
have reported and 25 of the top 50. So the reality is we're actually going to know the answers by the end of the day, Friday, in my opinion, for what the industry's doing. Okay, so there's a lot of news this week. Credit is the #1 conversation our salesmen, traders, and analysts are having
Order
with
filled.
investors because there have been some real notable stories in the press recently. Our view is this. #1 is credit costs have to
Order
go up
filled.
because they've
Order
been so low
filled.
for
Order-
so long.
order-
The surprise
order-
isn't that
order
they're
filled.
going
I
up.
gotta get
The
out on my
surprise
short.
is that
order
they've been
filled.
zero
So
for so
good.
long. That's #1.
Order
#2
submitted.
is
Yeah.
it's very hard to take the credit story and put it everywhere. We actually forecast credit loss for the banks, and we continue to expect them to be below 25 basis
Order-
points.
order
of
filled.
inflation,
Man,
which
why'd
is
it go
still
long? See, I
but what
hate the
think
way
you need to
it
do
flips
is
and
what
go
I've
long
seen
on
over
me.
my career is follow
Order
the growth.
filled.
So if you look at consumer
got out.
lending, the core legacy credit card
Order
companies
submitted.
like Capital One, Discover, and AmeriExpress haven't been growing. It's not
Yeah, I'm
because
not
they
trying
don't
to be
know
a
how to
bitch
grow,
anymore. I'm gonna
it's because
just
they
get
choose
running
not
up.
to, because they've changed terms. You look at some of the companies that are subprime more online,
Order
like maybe
submitted.
Affirm and Upstart, they've been very strong growers. So I think when you look at it, you've got to see who the companies are, what their strategies are, and you can't really make a one single blanket statement. And then there's the whole subject of private credit, which is on a 4.5-year bull run. And so I do think banks will outperform private credit when the credit cycle starts. I think that's going to happen.
What about the overhang from, a housing market
Well,
that remains
4,000 or
kind of
5,000, I
under
mean, you
pressure and
can. I mean,
locked up?
it's
Is that
good
not
profit.
something that really feeds in that much to the bank earnings trajectory?
It kind
I
of
mean, you pass 150 easily. I mean, you have no issue with that, so just do it.
housing is one
And you'd be
factor.
way up,
We
5
have
grand.
not
You know what I
seen
mean?
housing
I mean, it's up to you.
losses rise for the industry. Really, what I hear about from the industries, there's not enough loan growth. They'd like for there to be more activity, frankly, more inventory.
It's not worth it
But
for
what I
me
think it
because
comes
mine's
down
just
to, Mike,
25K. It's
what's
nothing.
the overall economy doing? If we had a recession underway, well, then kind of all boats take water.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah, you
That's
should have asked
across the
that.
sector and the whole industry.
I'm sure there's a limit, 'cause
not
there's
the
no
case.
way to allow
After
that.
a lot of channel checks in the last couple of days, channel checks, the
Yeah,
banks
take profit.
feel good about their credit. Doesn't mean there won't be a one-off, but by and large, the banks aren't seeing it. but companies that have grown very quickly are going to be the ones who probably see it first.
Who's the best setup? Is it the investment banks? Is it mid-size?
Order submitted.
So here's what we think. So we follow 200 banks. So we go from really small.
Oh, those counts as blowing too, Gambit. I think you're on a. You might be in TPT Joe soon if you do that.
Results, and we think that it's still worth buying those stocks because we think there is a multi-quarter, multi-year investment banking run coming. We'd stay with them. The sector of the economy that is banks that's most undervalued are the $50 to $100 billion banks. These are the banks where investors were very worried about the cost of crossing $100 billion. Well, that risk is diminishing. So here you've got some very highly profitable banks that are at the beginning of an M&A wave as well. And they're undervalued. So I would say we see a lot of our top picks in the $50 to $100 billion banks.
You obviously have the makings of a big M&A wave, just in terms of regulatory approach, as well as just I guess a pipeline of undone deals for many years. What do you think the result of the Fifth Third Comerica deal in terms of how Fifth Third stock is traded? Obviously, it's traded lower. Maybe that's routine. But do you still have an appetite there?
Yeah, so we advised on the deal, so I'll click very closely to the public analyst comments. I think the stock, this is factual, the stock has outperformed a lot of other buyers upon announcement. I think that says a lot. And then just to think about broader themes here, can M&A build better banks? In the case of Fifth Third, you've got a high-performing 17% return on capital going to 19%. And so you see that theme common. But to get to M&A, we hadn't had a bank over $200 billion buy another bank since 2021. We've now had 3 banks do that. You've had Huntington, you've had PNC, and now Fifth Third. And so what I think has been recognized out of Washington is that there's more competition if the big 4 banks have more competitors. That was not the view previously, so it was generally shut down. I think ultimately the banking industry will be more competitive with each other and with non-banks if competitors are allowed to stand up.
Very bullish, Tom. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
As always, KBW CEO. As we had to break, quick note, join me tomorrow, or it's actually Wednesday, Invest in America tomorrow in Washington, D.C.
The raffle tickets is ready
Wednesday, as I mentioned. It's a first-of-its-kind gathering convening some of the biggest names in the business. There will be bank CEOs. Banco Santander, Wells Fargo CEO will be there as well, alongside key government officials like Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, in a series of thought-provoking conversations on American policy and how money is coming back into this country. You can scan the QR code or visit cnbcevents.com/invest to learn more and to still attend. Also, still ahead this hour, former Fed Vice Chair Lael Brainerd, live from the National Association for Business Economics annual meeting in Philadelphia, where Fed Chair Powell will speak tomorrow. We're back in a moment.
Real-time exchange sector sort is sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
If you're on Medicare and you get this, you could end up with this. Unexpected out-of-pocket costs, which for those on Medicare or soon to be is a good reason to take charge of your health care. So consider this: an AARP Medicare supplement insurance plan from United Healthcare. Why?
Order filled.
Because Medicare
Order
alone
submitted.
doesn't pay for everything.
Order filled.
And what it doesn't pay
Another
for
high,
is
all-time
bills
high
and co-pays
on gold.
that really add
Crazy.
up, even thousands of dollars a year. Medicare supplement plans help by paying some of what Medicare doesn't and making your out-of-pocket costs a lot more predictable. Call United Healthcare today and ask for your free decision guide. Learn more about plan
Order
options and rates
submitted.
to fit your needs. Now, if you like this, greater freedom, you'll love that Medicare supplement plans have no networks and no referrals
Come on,
needed.
go. Drop it, baby.
See any doctor, any specialist, anywhere in the U.S., as long as they accept Medicare
Yeah,
patients.
I'm recording every new high of day.
These types
Order
of plans
filled.
How you
also
doing,
give
baby?
you more flexibility when traveling in the U.S. Your plan goes with you
Order
anywhere
submitted.
you go in the country. Even better, Medicare supplement plans with the AARP name are plans endorsed by AARP. Call United Healthcare today for your free decision guide.
MGCZ25
and
is
want
what I
less
have on
out-of-pocket
TradeStation.
costs and more peace of mind, consider
I'm
adding
not
this,
sure how it is
an
on
AARP
Traderday.
Medicare
Order
supplement
filled.
plan. Take charge of your healthcare today. Just use this or this to call United Healthcare about an AARP Medicare supplement plan.
Well, on it has to be Z's. I don't know how it is over there. Well, on Ninja, it just has the date as 12/25. Let me show you. This is what I have on
I think the
Ninja
investing
Trader.
market is all tailwind, except it can't possibly be.
Celebrating 30 years of Squawk Box, weekdays 6 Eastern, and streaming on CNBC Plus.
And Bach is killing it.
Introducing CNBC Plus.
You can
Another
stream
$6 grand
Squawk
payout.
Box, straight
Wow.
Squawk on the street.
If you can't catch fast money in real time, watch us later on CNBC Plus.
Look at that. Kind of good.
Start streaming at cnbc.com/plus.
Quick check on some of the rare earth stocks as the group continues to rally after China put more export controls in place, as the president announced on Friday. We don't have a lot of rare earth metal companies in the U.S., but here are a few of them. MP Materials
Order
is the
submitted.
biggest one. You can see some of the moves on all four of these names over just the last 3 months. They're doubled or more, with critical minerals leading the charge, up more than 550%. This is an area that China dominates, both in terms of production and
Order
finishing, which I
submitted.
guess is another thing, the finishing and processing, which apparently China has 90% market share.
Order
And it's a
filled.
big deal when it comes
Order
to
submitted.
producing goods
Order
like
submitted.
defense technology, semiconductors, all stuff we really need.
Yeah, and these stocks are
Order
trading
filled.
like
Order filled.
options or lottery tickets on maybe down the road when they can ramp production. So, clearly just kind of news-driven, speculation on who's next to get a good
We're gonna need 'em.
big investment. Yeah. All right, former Fed Vice Chair Lael Brainerd joins us next with her take on the path for rates and inflation, and just moments away from an exclusive you don't want to miss. The two new CEOs of Oracle live from the company's AI World Conference in Las Vegas. We're back in a moment.
Tap into the data you need to see the market your way. Introducing the new Powered eTrade Pro, your ultimate desktop trading platform. It gives savvy traders like you nearly unlimited customization with up to 120 tools across 6 workspaces, plus automatic pattern recognition and education built right into the charts.
Order
Finally,
submitted.
a platform that thinks like you, from the original place to trade online.
Order submitted.
Hennion and Walsh
Order
was
submitted.
made for people like you. People who've achieved everything by putting in the hours. Who value speaking to the right people at the right time. That's why we answer the phone ourselves, as the more we understand your needs, the more we can help you build the life you want. Because you've earned it. We're Hennion and Walsh, and a human connection. Get in touch today.
Order submitted.
Gold delivers when markets don't. G Mining Ventures operates Brazil's newest producing gold mine with proven
Ooh,
reserves
Anchor is
and cash
dropping.
flow. Now they've expanded to Guyana to repeat their success. G Mining Ventures, creating value through
Get this exceptional offer on select Cadillac models.
Let's check on gold.
Visit your
15
local
minutes
Cadillac
way over
dealer
bar
today.
still.
Achieving success
Order
gives you
filled.
choices.
Order
The
filled.
biggest choice in life is how to spend your time. Time to give back.
Order submitted.
Time to reflect. Time to escape. A great watch does so much
Go
more
up
than tell
3%.
time. It
I'll
reminds
get
us
some puts
that
for
the
gold.
only real luxury is time itself. Boulevard.
Order
legendary
filled.
since
Order
1875.
filled. Order filled.
The National Association for Business Economics holding its annual meeting this week, with Chair Powell set to speak tomorrow morning. Let's get to Steve Leisman live in Philadelphia alongside former Fed Vice Chair Lael Brainerd. Steve.
Order submitted.
Yes, and also a distinguished professor at Harvard. Distinguished fellow, correct? Got that right. Okay. Lael, thanks so much for joining us.
Wait a minute, has a
Right
downside
now,
still
China is
on
in the
AQ.
news, and you used to be among your other briefs, Undersecretary for International Affairs with a large, and you went
Yeah.
to China a bunch of times. Tell us about how you read and see the back and forth between the two countries when it comes to
Order
tariffs
filled.
100%, then they're on, then they're off. Presidents
Order
going
filled.
to China, not going
Order
to China.
submitted.
How are you seeing this as a former diplomat in this regard?
Well, look, I think China really overplayed their hand here, coming out just before the two presidents were
Damn, go. What the
planning
hell?
to meet after a long negotiation and really threatening
Holy
very
shit, now you're just
substantial,
moving like crazy.
escalation of their cutoff of rare earths, which are so important to autos in the U.S., to the defense industry
I don't
in
like
the
my
U.S.
short now.
My sense is both sides are going to find a way to climb down and get back to the negotiating table. But it is ironic that China is the source of most of the problems that America has experienced with trade. And yet, because they are so powerful in certain areas
Order
that
submitted.
we are dependent on, they may end up with lower tariffs than
Order
countries
submitted.
like Switzerland.
Is the administration, in your view, playing this right? You guys had the strategic and economic dialogue. There wasn't all this back and forth on tariffs. Is that the right tool to get better behavior out of China?
Look, I think the biggest problem that this administration has had is that it has alienated the allies and friends.
Oh,
that
there's
we
no mail
could
today, right?
work
Because it's a
with
holiday.
To get
That's right.
China to change the way it behaves in global manufacturing and to reduce the reliance on China in areas like rare earths. And instead, we've alienated our trade partners by tariffing them.
Let me turn to a different situation. The Fed's in a bit of a pickle here where, honestly, in my memory, I don't remember a time it's had so much uncertainty on both sides of the mandate. How would you be advising the chair or yourself stewarding the Federal Reserve when you have this issue of immigration on the one
Order
hand
submitted.
and also what's happening with tariffs and inflation on the other?
This is a very, very difficult juncture for Jay Powell and for the Federal
Order
Reserve.
submitted.
First of all, they're not getting the data they need because
that?
government agencies are shut down. Secondly, it's hard to read the economy. You know, we have
Order
an AI
submitted.
boom that is boosting growth and it is boosting the financial markets. At the same time, there's no hiring. And the labor market seems to be softening despite a reduction in labor supply. At the same time, we're getting higher prices. So it's a very tricky juncture. I think the Fed is committed in the next few meetings to lowering the federal funds rate
Order
a bit,
filled.
but they still
Order
need
filled.
a lot
Order
more
filled.
information to figure
Order
out
filled.
what that ultimate destination next year is.
Bring it all together with all the things that are in your brief here, because we
Order
just heard
submitted.
Kit Smetters talk from the budget, the Wharton Budget Lab talk. The
I put
idea
2,000
that
in a
tariffs will
trading
limit the
cup.
pool of
I think I
capital
can get
who will be
500
coming
more.
into this country able to buy the
Order
debt that we so
submitted.
much need to sell. You're going to be talking later about the dollar
Are you
and
be
its
over the buffer?
dominance, or not in the global economy. What's your sense of
Nice
whether
for
or not
both
the
of them,
US
right?
will be able to basically sell
Yeah,
its
close it
debt
out. Take
and
5K,
work
dude.
out its
Take the
its issues
5,000.
over the long term here?
Yeah,
Let's
I
start
think
over.
right now the administration is pursuing some policies that actually are going to make international
Yeah.
investors a little bit more skittish about
Yeah, two of
holding
them,
long-term
35K.
treasuries. They want to be part of the AI boom
That's
in
the-
the
not-
U.S.,
that's a
but
nice
they
payout.
are going to be somewhat concerned at a time when we're
Yeah.
adding $4 trillion to
Good
the
payout, man.
national
I think you should do
debt.
it.
We are seeing an administration that is attacking the Federal
Yeah.
Reserve, which might undermine their ability to control inflation over time, which makes it a less sure proposition to hold long-term treasuries. And as you said, tariffs are also making that receptivity to holding treasuries somewhat smaller.
Lael Brainerd, thanks so much for joining us. Look forward to your panel later today here at NABE.
Thank you.
And back to you, I believe, Sarah, where I think you're going to be talking a little bit about these issues this week.
Oh yes, this
What is
is
this?
this is
Green tea?
all about it this week. First,
Thank
after
you.
the break, we've got
I
CNBC
don't
exclusive
want
with
it. I don't wanna
two
eat.
new CEOs of Oracle.
It's
But
hot.
to Steve's point, Christine Lagarde, the
Hey, close
president
my
of the
door.
European Central Bank, joining us tomorrow
on money movers.
All right,
We'll pick
close
up
my
the
door.
conversation about what central banks should be doing around all of these trade issues. We'll be right back.
NQ is short now, guys.
Time is your most important asset, and AI is transforming the speed of business. Your innovation and how you protect it depends on the technology
Go
you
bot.
choose to trust. 70% of the Fortune 100 trust CrowdStrike's leading
And
AI-native
15 minutes got a
cybersecurity
long
platform
way down
built
if
to
it keeps
secure their
shorting, so
business
might,
and the AI fueling their innovation. AI is
I don't know if it's a good
changing
short or
the
not,
world.
but just saying.
We're securing it. CrowdStrike. We stop breaches.
Yeah, blame the bots. It's
Why should
always
you
better.
trade options rather than stocks? Because they offer higher returns, are cost effective, and can actually reduce risk. Learn how in our new book.
I got the book and I read it in a weekend, and it's just like, wow.
On
100K, you need 106, right, to pass the
I have a couple
TPT?
stocks, but I don't have many of them anymore. It's all
Yeah, maybe
options for me.
6,000.
I highly recommend everyone gets John and Pete's book because there's nothing else out there like it.
Get a free copy today at itsnotanoption.com. Itsnotanoption.com.
It's here! Omaha Steaks Black Friday deals landed early, and they'll ring your bell. We're talking 50% off everything and an extra 20% off select packages. Plus, exclusive limited time deals across the site. These are the deals on USDA certified tender Omaha steaks you've been waiting for. It's all 50% off or more. Shop now to get the only steak delivery guaranteed to
Whoa!
amazing
Love this.
at
Baby, finish more drop.
omahasteaks.com/TV.
Every morning, even before the markets open, I'm planning my moves that I make throughout the day.
Order filled.
When you're actively trading, the fees really start to add up, and that eats directly into
Order
your potential
submitted.
returns. I found that Public is really the only platform that offers rebates on your option trades, which help offset those costs.
Are you long?
For me, when it comes to investing, timing is everything, and Public allows me to get a step ahead.
They call me cool. 'Cause I got more glide in my stride and more dip in my hip.
Ooh, nice job.
Order filled.
At the Farmer's
go.
Dog,
Hell
our
yeah.
fresh
Order
food
filled.
plants help
There you
old
go.
dogs feel young
Order
again.
filled.
I'm
Ever
mostly
worried that
out.
you're drinking too much? Take back control with Or Health. Or Health provides access to medication proven to help. A daily pill to drink less, or to quit drinking altogether. Text CNBC to 710-710 to learn
Hi,
more.
my
October
cuz.
15th, join CNBC's AI
Order
Summit
submitted.
in Nashville,
Congrats.
where visionary leaders and innovators explore AI's impact on work, business, and society. Register now at cnbcevents.com/AI.
Just me. All right, good luck, guys. Close race. Uncle Bugatti, I see me. No. We got it. Mountain, wow. You don't deserve this mountain. Fuck you. Yeah, I'll DM you in Discord. Congrats, bud.
Strong. Yeah, also, you have